Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Planning Applications Committee of the 14th of December 2022. This meeting has been live streamed and will be made available on the Council website for public viewing. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you are not addressing the meeting, writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting so that we can keep track of whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. Tracy, can you confirm the sediment and I approve the remote participation of members at this meeting?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. We've got 16 members present in total, 9 members present in person at Council HQ, being the Chair, the Vice Chair, Councillor John Campbell, Councillor Dryborough, Councillor Drysdale, Councillor Howie, Councillor Slater, Councillor Thompson and Councillor Wood. 7 members present on Microsoft Teams, being Councillor Beretti, Councillor Blake, Councillor Dashper, Councillor Dennerley, Councillor Hislop, Councillor McFarlane and Councillor Marshall. I've got 3 apologies from Councillor Giusti, Councillor Hill and Councillor Walters, and not present at the start of the meeting is Councillor Ian Crothers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tracy. Declarations of interest, members. Archie Dryborough.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. It's just on item number 4, which is the erection of food store with associated plant in Lochmaben. I do know one of the objectors, but I don't think that'll preclude me from taking part in the discussions.
Much appreciated, Archie. Any other declarations? Okay, members, we move on to agenda item number 3, the minute of previous meeting on 17th November 2022 for approval. Is this a true record, members? Pauline.
Good morning, members. Thank you, Chair. Just to note on item number 4 and item number 5, the Mount Stewart Hotel applications, it says in the list of people that were able to vote the names that are listed, but I'm not there and I was present in both occasions, so I think my name needs added in, if that's correct. Tracy, thanks.
Thanks, Pauline. Were you at the last meeting?
Yes, I was.
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
I'll add
That's
that.
okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Pauline. So that amendment, are members happy to approve the minute? Thank you, members. Now, Tracy, can you outline the procedure to be followed at the meeting today, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The Planning Applications Committee will consider each application in turn as detailed on the agenda. The case officer or other appointed officer will make a short presentation addressing the determining issues accompanied by digital images. Any late information, amendments or corrections will be reported at this time. Members may ask questions of officers following the presentation on points of clarification. The Chairman has been provided with a list of eligible representatives who have registered to speak at this meeting within the period specified in Council policy. No other people will be allowed to speak. The Chairman will individually invite those who have registered in advance to speak to make their presentation, after which they may be questioned by committee members. No questions may be asked of members. The order of eligible parties being heard will be as follows: third parties objecting to an application, third parties supporting an application, statutory consultees objecting to an application, elected members of Dumfries and Galloway Council who are not members of the Planning Application Committee, and such members should withdraw from the meeting after making their presentation, and applicants or their agents. Representatives were offered the option of attending today's meeting in person. joining remotely via Microsoft Teams, or to provide a written statement to be read out on their behalf. And a copy of the public speaking list is available from the committee officer taking notes of our proceedings and has also been uploaded to the Teams chat. Presentations will be strictly limited to 3 minutes per person, except for national and major developments, which by their very nature are more complex, where the time limit will be 5 minutes. The chairman of the committee will ask you to come to a conclusion if you take too long. Representatives are encouraged to use the time allotted to clarify any points that they consider material and address the determining issues. Certain matters are not normally material planning considerations and will not be taken into account by the Council when deciding on a planning application. Representatives should not raise any new matters without explaining why they were not raised earlier with the case officer. Please do not repeat what is in the report, as members will have already read the report. After all the representations have been heard, the meeting is then in formal session and no members of the public may address the committee from the public gallery. The Planning Applications Committee will then proceed to determine the application.
Thank you, Tracy. And I'll just reiterate what Tracy has stated. We have a number of representatives here, both having statements read out and in person, applicants and agents as well. I have agreed to accept a late representation in writing because of the current postal situation where the correspondence didn't arrive in time, and there will be no other speakers invited to address the committee today. So we move on to agenda item number 4, an application for the erection of food store with associated plant yard, formation of 13 car parking spaces, landscaping and associated works at 20 Bruce Street, Lochmaben. This is a full application, reference number 22/0635/full. Recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and the case officer is Andrew Robinson. Andrew, are you with us? If you are, just take us through your presentation, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, moving on to the first slide. The application site is situated on the southern side of Bruce Street in Lochmaben. It's identified in red on the slide in front of you there. To the west and the east of the site there are residential properties, and to the south of the site is Kirk Loch. Moving on to the next slide. This is the existing site plan. So at the moment it's a car washing facility at the front of the site with an adjoining garage to the rear. Moving on to the next slide. These are the existing elevations of the site. So the top elevation is the north elevation. So this is actually from Bruce Street. So you can see the canopy that's still there that was associated with a former petrol station. So the car washing facility is at the front of the site. And the bottom elevation is the east elevation. So you can see on the left of that elevation, that's the existing garage building. Moving on to the next slide. These are the existing elevations from the rear of the site, which is the south, and also the west elevation. Moving on to the next slide. This is the proposed site plan. So the new building that will be erected to as part of the retail unit will be situated towards the rear of the site, effectively over the area where the existing garage is. And at the front of the site would be a car park comprising a total of 13 spaces, including 3 disabled spaces, and the utilisation of an existing access situated in the eastern part of the site. There is also a western access at the moment, which would be closed off as part of the development proposal. Moving on to the next slide, this just shows a slightly closer view of the site plan. And what I will point out is in the bottom right-hand corner of the car park are 2 spaces which would be required for access as part of delivery. So when deliveries are taking place at the store, those 2 car parking spaces would be closed off for the short time that deliveries were occurring at the site. Moving on to the next slide. shows the proposed landscaping of the site. It's a fairly simple landscaping scheme proposed with grassed areas and new tree and shrub planting to the rear and hard standing to the front. So moving on to the next slides, these show the proposed elevations. So this is the proposed front elevation. You've got a black and white elevation at the top there, which shows a single-story building with a shallow sloping roof over part of the building, which is the sales area, and a flat roof over effectively what is the back of house of the store, which is on the left-hand side. And the bottom side is just a coloured version of the elevations. And moving on to the next slide is an illustrative photo montage of that front elevation. Moving on to the next slide. This is the proposed rear elevation. So as a result of the change in land levels on the site, which slope down towards the loch to the rear, there will be an element of underbuild on the building. So where the area where the underbuild of the building would be where the plant would be situated. Moving on to the next slide, this shows the sections where you can see that a little bit more clearly of the level of underbuild required at the back. Moving on to the next slide, this is the proposed east elevation, and the next slide shows the proposed west elevation, and the next slide is a section through that western elevation where you can see the plant yard at the rear of the building. And moving on to the next slide shows the proposed floor area. So the left-hand side of the building, as you look at it on this particular slide, for 232 square meters of the building is the proposed sales area. And on the right-hand side is 116 square meters of back of house. So moving on to the photographs of the site, this is the front of the site. As you can see, it's used as a car wash at the moment, and it uses the existing petrol station canopy. And moving on to the next slide, there's another photograph of the front with 22 Bruce Street and adjoining residential property in the background. Moving on to the next slide, this is looking west along Bruce Street from the front of the site. And the next slide is looking in the opposite direction towards the town centre of Lochmaben. Moving on to the next slide, this is the adjoining residential property to the east of the site, which is a Category B listed building. Moving on to the next slide, this shows the proposed access point looking east towards the centre of Lochmaben. And the next slide is looking west from that access point. Next slide, please. This is looking towards the rear of the site. So you can see the loch in the background and also the extent of the drop in land levels. Moving on to the next slide. This is from the rear of the site. So you can see the existing garage buildings on the left-hand side and the front of the site in the background. Moving on to the next slide. This is looking towards the adjoining property to the east, so mainly just to note the current boundary treatment that's there. And moving on to the next slide is the adjoining property on the western side of the site, again noting the quite heavy planting on the boundary. And the final photograph is effectively looking towards the site from the town centre boundary. So moving on to the next slide. So in conclusion, after assessing the supporting information submitted with the application and comments raised in representations, it's considered that the principle of the development is acceptable, which would result in a relatively small-scale retail development into Lochmaben, and which would not result in any adverse impacts in respect of the material planning considerations listed in paragraph 4.4 of the committee report. It's considered the development complies with the provisions of the development plan, and it's recommended for approval subject to conditions. It's stated in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Any questions for our case officer? Stephen Thompson, please.
Thanks, Chair. It's actually in relation to paragraph 440 on page 36 of the report, when it talked about, and during the community consultation carried out by the developer, there was certainly a lot of concerns raised about road safety on Bruce Street, which has been a long-standing community issue, and there had been a proposal there, although it's out with the application site, it says there to include a pedestrian crossing. Could I maybe get a little bit more detail on that, because obviously that's something that the developer and community wanted to try and work towards addressing road safety concerns. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Andrew?
Yes, I believe that this was subject to previous discussions with roads officers before the application was submitted, and it was initially identified on the plans to potentially form a pedestrian crossing to the east of the site, but in discussion with roads officers, there was some concerns about the feasibility of actually putting a pedestrian crossing in along Bruce Street, and some concerns particularly with the width of the pavement along Bruce Street as well. But after looking through the data that had been submitted more recently by the applicant in order to justify whether a pedestrian crossing was required, the roads officers, in consultation with their colleagues in network strategy, have felt that actually a pedestrian crossing isn't necessary as a result of this particular development, and therefore they have concluded that there's no requirement to request a pedestrian crossing as part of this development proposal. And I think that's highlighted in the roads consultation response. Trying to find the paragraph number. It is paragraph number 2.2G in the report.
Thanks, Andrew. You want to come back, Stephen?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks for that response. I think there was a wee bit of a ambiguity about whether or not we would have been able to require that as a condition anyway, given that it's out with the application site, and if would it or wouldn't it be deemed reasonable. So obviously it's not in the proposal as we've got in front of us, but if members were so minded, could we even actually attach that competently as a condition? Thank you.
Andrew, could that be a competent condition if members were concerned enough about public safety to try and or to introduce that to the development?
In my opinion, a condition could reasonably be attached because it could be off-site accommodation works. The only thing that I would advise to bear in mind is, in terms of a condition, you have to be sure that it's a reasonable condition. You also have to be sure that it's actually deliverable. And I think there's some concern at the minute, or queries as to whether a pedestrian crossing is actually deliverable in that location logistically because of the width of the pavement. So I would have some reservations about attaching a condition at the moment with that uncertainty. But in terms of the principle of attaching a condition, because it would be works within the public road boundary, it could be attached. But I think there's wider issues that you need to consider about whether such a condition could actually be deliverable.
Thanks, Andrew. We'll deal with that in session, and maybe we can defer to the applicant and roads if necessary. I have three other registered speakers. I have Councillor Barretti, Councillor Hislop and Councillor McFarlane. So Tony Barretti, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As you notice, I'm doing this at home, so I'm having a little bit of difficulty looking and seeing the plans, but the question, I have two questions. The first one relates to page 38, which is under sustainability and climate change. And I noticed that on point 454, it says oversight about the submission of a lack of EV charging space. This can be requested by condition. How likely is that going to happen? That's my first question. I have a second question, but I'd like to hear the response to that, please, Chair.
The conditions attached to the application include the provision of EV charging points. It's built into the condition. Andrew has insisted that that is installed, but the number is something that will be up for discussion. And again, when we can ask the agent or the applicant when we come into them, but it's in the conditions that EV charging points have to be provided.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The second question still relates to the same page 38 and sustainability and climate change. Now, you could probably guide me on this because it might be a question that should be actually answered by someone else, but I see no notice of any PV installation mentioned on a brand new roof.
Okay, if I'll ask Andrew. If Andrew can answer that, it's something you can put to the applicant when he comes forward.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Tony. Andrew?
Yeah, that hasn't been included as part of the proposal, so it hasn't been taken forward. And also, I didn't feel it would be reasonable to attach a condition without some certainty as to whether the building could actually, and the structure of the roof could actually accommodate the solar panels. So it wasn't included as part of the submission, and the assessment's been made on that basis.
Thanks, Tony. So you can come back and ask the applicant before we go into session and see if the applicant can help you further. I've got Ivor Hislop. Thanks, Tony. I've got Ivor Hislop and then Andy McFarlane. Ivor, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's with regard to page 23, paragraph 2.2, the Council Roads Officer's response. In paragraph B there, it says there's a second access that will be closed off. And then in paragraph C, it then goes on to say that the visibility displays cannot be met to the east, and that owing to the lack of accidents and collisions, it wouldn't be sufficient to object to this. However, the second access was the exit from the site, because one of the pictures shows that you go in at the easterly, out at the westerly. Now, is that the reason why there was no accidents? Was the extra 10 metres, which would then bring it into the 2x43 range? And was there any narrative about that within the Roads Officer's response? Thank you.
Thanks, Ivor. Andrew?
The road officers have made that assessment based on the one access that's proposed. The western access is proposed to be closed off mainly to accommodate the car parking spaces. So how the data has been obtained will be just based on the existing situation on the site, which has had two access points, as you say. But the roads officers have taken into account the current usage of the site. And that's in point C of their consultation response. They've justified why they consider that the visibility would be appropriate. And they've said existing visibility areas of 2 by 32 metres and 1.75 metres by 63 metres is available from the centre of the exit of the lane. So they've taken that into account when they've actually deemed, as well as the existing usage of the site and the traffic flow that is going into the site in and out at the moment. That's why they've come to the conclusion that they have.
Thanks, Andrew. Ivor, are you content with that?
It's just the fact that the access is not the exit that's is currently used, and therefore the visibility display would be better at the western one. And you've also got the sort of dip in the road coming from the Lochmaben side, which cars start to usually come a wee bit quicker down over there. And it's just the fact that the officer seems to be happy, but I'm just making sure that he understood, the roads officer, that was just access, not exit there. And I just wondered if he'd mentioned something. But happy with the response given.
Thanks very much, Ivor. Councillor McFarlane. Andy, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Really just to pick up on Councillor Thompson's point in relation to the crossing, and to question Andrew, you know, you've made mention there about the width of the footpaths and such like. Would a condition whereby we requested a crossing be installed, would it have to be directly outside the property, or could we actually have that put elsewhere where perhaps the footpaths would accommodate that but would still provide sufficient access to it? And just to follow up on Councillor Hislop's point, I mean, is there an option whereby the access could be removed to the west end, which would actually take it away from the bend just up the road and may actually help some of the visibility? Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. I'm sure Andrew will answer, but we can't condition work to be carried out on an area that's out with the applicant's control, and we have to deal with applications before us unless the applicant volunteers to change something. But Andrew, can you help Andy, please?
Thanks, Chair.
I can, yeah. In respect to the first point, that the key issue really is when you're requesting any off-site accommodation works, it has to be related to the development as proposed, and whether that particular development creates a need for a crossing. And based on the information that's been submitted, the roads officers have come to the conclusion that this development in itself does not require a crossing to be formed. So that's the conclusions that has been reached. So that's the key thing you really need to bear in mind is, does this particular development require the need for a crossing point in itself? And I think that's when you can start determining where the appropriate location is for any particular crossing. Would it be reasonable for a crossing to be formed further into Lochmaben as a result of this development? I think you potentially might be straying into areas there where it's actually not because of this development that you're asking for that. But as I say, you can discuss that more in session. In respect to the second point, alteration of the access point, that's not something that you could condition on a planning application. We really have to be something that would result in an alteration to the site layout. So if members wanted to request an amendment to the design, it's something really where the application would have to be deferred for an amendment to the site layout and then brought back to a committee at a later date if that is what members wanted to do. But any request to change the access would really have to be done through an amendment of the plans in the first instance.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Andy. There doesn't appear to be any...
Driver.
Archie. One of these days, Archie Driver, Councillor Driver, please.
Thanks, Chair. And Andrew, I'm just trying to picture the size of the application in my mind, and Gretna comes to mind, where the co-op was put a place in instead of a garage there. Is that round about the same size, or would I be better asking the applicant's agent if that is the case? The one on Annan Road in Gretna.
Andrew, if you can help.
That information is included in one of the charts in terms of what the floor area is. You'd have to give me a minute to find it out. So I'm happy to come back on that question so I can find out what the floor area is. But you'd have to give me a minute to do that, and I'm afraid.
Thanks, Archie. We'll ask the agent, and Andrew's going to source that information in the interim if he can. So, if there are no other questions, we will go to our registered speakers. So the first speaker today is Brenda Proctor, who's an objector. Brenda's appearing in person. If you'd like to come forward, please, Brenda. Amy will switch on the microphone for you. And you will have 3 minutes to address the committee, Brenda. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go and draw your conclusion at 3 minutes. And then if you're kind enough to wait, members might have questions for you. And just whenever you're ready.
Okay. I want to talk about the current provision. Oh, sorry. I want to talk about the current provision of food stores in Lochmaben, which doesn't seem to have been addressed at all. There are 2 grocery stores, newsagent, post office, and they provide a delivery service. very active and generous in the community. There's a greengrocer, a butcher's, a fishmonger, who also has a delivery service, a bakery, which has a widespread reputation, a specialist Italian ice cream and coffee bar of long tradition, and a shop selling organic and vegetarian products. Also, Lochmaben is in easy reach of Lochmaben, just a few minutes by bus or car, and Dumfries, about 20 to 25 minutes by bus or car. Tourism, especially those holidaying at the Kirkloch Caravan site, enjoy these traditional shops being within easy reach. I don't believe that these businesses can be enhanced by the introduction of a supermarket. I noticed from the photographs that were shown that you've managed to take photographs when there's no traffic on that road. That traffic is really heavy. There are great big timber wagons, because that's the main store for them. It's very difficult anyway to cross the road because there's a bend where traffic comes both ways into the town centre. And at the other end, there's bends there, and there's also other roads that cross that road at that point. It's not safe, and that's my submission.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brenda. Before you leave, do anyone have any questions for the objector? In that case, thank you very much for your presentation, Brenda. Thank you. We now have a representation from Mr. and Mrs. P. Keane, supporters. Tracy, 3 minutes to read out the statement, please.
Chair, supporters, Mr. and Mrs. Keane. In respect of the planning application, I would like to submit the following statement. Lochmaben has several small retail outlets, a bakery, cafes, small local store recently taken over and improved by the gentleman who submitted the late petition, and a small greengrocers that operates for some of the week. Barney Foods is based in the local industrial estate, and people travel from around the area to this for specialised produce, and therefore choice of shopping is very limited. The local free cash point is usually out of order and has a time-limited life. A recent planning application that would allow for servicing the facility failed and is likely to do so if reapplied. This is all despite the borough growing in population, increasing its housing capacity, and being a holiday destination for caravans and holiday lets. This means that unless the residents and those of the local villages travel to Lochmaben or Dumfries, they cannot buy a weekly shop or have access to free cash. Neither of which scenarios fits with the Council's vision of providing adequate local facilities that negate the need to travel. The current streetscape on Bruce Street, where the intended store will be built, is a dilapidated old garage site that consists of buildings in a very poor state of repair, shipping containers and 1.8 metre high metal fencing. Old caravans that a transient workforce live on a non-residential site. The environs are overgrown, and generally they do nothing to enhance this area of the town. It is very noisy due to the constant use of high-powered jet washers. The old petrol tanks were never removed or dealt with in line with national advice when the site changed its use. Bruce Street A709 is a busy trunk road, but in almost 10 years we have lived here, it has not been an accident black spot. Any issues are usually due to inconsiderate drivers or the queue of traffic that backs onto the A709 from the car wash. The cars wait with their engines running, parked half on the pavements, and block access to residents' drives and greatly reduce the visual fields of other road users. The development of a co-op store here will address many of these issues. It will provide choice for shopping, fit with the council vision for providing local facilities, provide a secure lit area for access to cash 24/7 without a charge, address the issue of the petrol tanks, provide adequate parking, provide local employment, reduce the need for travel, greatly enhance the streetscape, support local charities and initiatives through the co-op funding routes, and therefore we would definitely support this application.
Thanks, Tracy. That's for members to note. And we now have the applicant Mr. Ben Harvey. Ben, you will have the same 3 minutes to address the committee. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion, and I'd be grateful if you'd remain. I know that Councillor Thompson and Councillor Brett have questions for you. You'll know what they are and you can address them after your presentation. So whenever you're ready, Ben, and I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. Thank you.
Chair, Vice Chair, members, thank you. I'd start by saying this was a very long-term proposition found by the national retailer, who saw that there was indeed an opportunity in the fantastic area that is Lochmaben, because whilst there are existing small businesses, there was still a huge outflow, seeing people shop at Lochmaben and Dumfries for those larger shops, and the opportunity therefore lay in maintaining people's shopping habits within the local environs, which ultimately benefits the local community by way of economy and jobs. So a series of analysis was then completed to address or assess what was the right site within Lochmaben. The process started over 2 years ago, and it's a challenging area. There is lots of residential interspersed between the centre and the shops and services, which relies heavily on the on-street parking. And the focus therefore came to look at simply a site that would accommodate parking. And the only one here is the old PFS garage site that is now subject to this application. And thus a scheme was drawn together which accommodates neatly the parking required to support it. The subsequent community engagement that then followed allowed us to consider a whole host of design considerations that have now been included within the scheme, from access arrangements to parking to deliveries to noise. And we have now seen that it has the officer's recommendation for approval, having addressed any of the concerns raised through the process of applying for this proposal. If I can, I thought I might just address points on electric vehicle charging now. There is an issue with that in that it simply may not be feasible because of the power supply within the area. We're more than happy to look at this, and if it is feasible, we will include for it. But if simply there is not enough juice with no substation nearby, it would not be feasible to include for a reasonably high-powered electric vehicle charging point. A trickle charge system is deemed inappropriate because there would be little charge offered in a short space of time in which people would look to come and park and use the facility, which for this sort of convenience-led operation would be around about 20 minutes.
That's your 3 minutes up,
Okay.
Ben. So it will stop there simply because you were addressing a question that had been posed anyway. So I'll now ask Councillor Thompson to revisit the question he had, and then Councillor Beretti will come back to you about the electric vehicle charging. And I would say to you, if members impose a condition, it will have to be implemented in order for the permission to be granted. So there'll be no doubt or dubiety about whether or no the power supply is adequate. That's something that will have to be provided if that's a condition that members set. And I know Councillor Driver asked a question about floor space. It's been provided by Andrew, thank you. It's on the chat. If any members don't see it, then just ask and I'll tell you, it's 348 square metres. So, first question will be from Stephen Thompson. Next question will be two from Councillor Beretti, one about EV and one about roofs. Stephen?
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks, Ben, for speaking to the committee. I did attend some of the consultation events with Lochmaben Community Council, and, you know, obviously I'm aware that you did take on board and discuss quite a lot of the the issues raised by the community, and some of these are featured now in this particular application. But the one thing that was that was a concern and has been for some time is about safe access to the store for those using active travel or not using cars. I think one of the things about a garage is, almost by definition, you're only going to travel there in a car. But with a shop designed to encourage people not to travel to other towns, I think there's a presumption that many more people will travel there on foot or on other active travel methods. The other thing is that where the shop's sited by the loch, if you like, there's very few houses in Lochmaben actually on that side of the road. If you look at a map of the village, most of the houses, Annandale Crescent, Marjorie Banks, all the houses basically are on the other side of the road, so people have to cross to get there somehow, unless they come by car, which obviously we're trying to discourage. So I think, really, long story short, I think the key concern is about having a safe way for pedestrians or those on foot to access the shop and cross the road. And I'm wondering what in the current application you feel addresses this, and what you would be able to do in terms of providing a safe crossing place, pedestrian crossing or otherwise, on the A709. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, indeed, when we discussed this at the consultation meetings, pedestrian safety was, I accepted, of paramount importance, always is, in any event. And at the time in which we were drawing together and conclude our proposals at consultation before submitting our application, I said, we can, of course, include the basic proposition of a crossing, but this will be subject to a significant amount of technical analysis as to whether it is appropriate or not. And obviously, you will remember I made clear at the meeting, I said it is a complex matter indeed, because there are many considerations to make between our highways consultant and the roads officer. So that process was undertaken as part of the application. Andrew has touched on one of the issues that we found, which was the existing arrangement of the road network, the widths of it, and the pavements that sit there. And in its current form, it is extremely difficult to accommodate the regulatory requirements associated with a pedestrian crossing. It is not feasible, it's not possible to widen the road any further or widen the pavements, because what is there is what's there. And that is further complicated by the nature of how traffic gravitates towards the very centre of Lochmaben, and ultimately the road network has a pinch point within it as you go past, I think, is it the Crown Hotel, if you're travelling eastbound, and a pedestrian crossing in this location on technical analysis found to focus traffic to a point in which you're then shuffling pedestrians to, and that in itself was deemed to be a problem. Thus, the technical analysis started to find a pedestrian crossing doesn't necessarily look to protect pedestrians. So we're left to think, well, what other options and solutions are there? We are more than happy to help in other ways, and we understand that there is aspirations for speed reduction within the area, and if we can help implement that by way of seeing signage introduced as part of the process to see the speed reductions, that's absolutely great. We will certainly be part of that, but unfortunately that is what we are left in the first instance to do and see. What I believe the application also includes for is an analysis or a review period in which we can then, on completion of this, once it's operational, look to see how things are on the ground, ensure that there are no problems, and if anything else would need to be done to improve upon things.
Thanks, Ben. I'm sure Councillor Thompson will reflect on that before we go to the determination phase. I've got Councillor Barretti now with 2 questions, then I'll come back to Councillor Driver because he did ask a question earlier, and then I've got Ivor Hislop wanting to speak, so, or ask you a question. So, Tony, a question for the applicant?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It was interesting that the applicant has already mentioned part of the question or response, as you alluded to, but I'm looking quickly through the papers. I can't see any mention of grid stability or grid performance in this. What I can see is that Lochmaben is a relatively large town, and if the grid doesn't collapse on the 25th of December at 6 p.m, I would imagine that there's enough grid capacity in that to do an awful lot more. So I'm going to put both questions into the one, Chair, if that's okay. The EV situation, we are going into the future where we're expected to see more EVs on the road, and you're about to build something. Would it not be sensible to future-proof what you're doing? And at the same time, as there was alluded to, my question is about PV, and I can see from the orientation of the plans, although they're not on screen, but I have got the plan in front of me, that the roof looks as though it's actually suitable for PV because it's an east-west facing roof, and that's actually quite useful. I still think that if we're building in this part of the world, we still have to take into consideration snow load. Why are we not taking into consideration PV when we know that it is part of the climate response, sustainability response to try and reducing our carbon footprint? And if you're doing PV, you would seem to me natural for a shop of this size to be looking at some form of battery storage, which would in fact remove that impediment of allowing EV vehicles to charge quickly because you're linking it directly to what you're actually saving. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Tony. And for anyone listening, PV is photovoltaic cells, which is a means of generating electricity. Ben, can you respond to Councillor Bretty, please?
Of course. It is a very good point made, and it's one that is a very hot topic of conversation at the moment with national food retailers. And the short answer is they're not quite up to speed from an operational level. We are responsible for developing these properties for them. Food retailers are responsible for operating them. They have omitted any reliance upon gas and simply look to run these stores on electricity. They obtain the electricity from companies that aim to source it from renewable energy means, for the likes of SSE, if they've got wind farms, and they peg it to that. They are actively looking at trying to include photovoltaic systems on roofs. Battery storage, as you now see, forms part of residential. But at the moment, they're finding it not feasible to include because technology isn't quite where they need it to be in order to provide the level of power they require. That is, I think on this store, it's either 70 or 90 kVA, a three-phase supply. A photovoltaic system on this level would not provide for that. And that's to account for the sort of the chillers that run, the refrigerated units, the bakery kit that's within the store. So the point I'm trying to make is we're nearly there, but unfortunately we're not quite there.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Tony. Archie, you asked about floor space.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And obviously it's 348 metres, which is the same size as the one in Gretna, actually, although Gretna does have I think it's a sun, you know, the bit you get the tanning system at the side of it as well, which is actually extra on top of what the size is. It does have the same issues, I would say, as Lochmaben. Well, it doesn't have the same issues as Lochmaben with regards road safety, because 50 metres to the left of the Gretna one is traffic lights, and there's car parking on the right hand side, which gives, you know, driver visibility a big issue. I'm just wondering, Ben, if you know you've considered obviously the 20 mile an hour zones that are happening within Dumfries and Galloway, or are being considered at the moment in Dumfries and Galloway. Just wondering if you know, as part of the consultation, what response you have given to the community with regards the traffic concerns that you've already highlighted yourself. There has been discussion about, you know, raising a floor, but that could actually cause problems with traffic as well. So I'm just wondering what sort of responses you have as a company, or on behalf of the company, given to the local community.
Ben?
Sorry, could you just repeat the specific question? I've misunderstood.
I think it was about whether or no you'd be willing to fund a 20 mile an hour speed limit. I think that was just about the basic question, although Councillor Driver maybe put it more eloquently than me, but it's about whether or no you would invest in some infrastructure that would help protect the customers that you're hoping to attract to your store.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, that's exactly what I implied earlier on this call. We have before, on other schemes, included for financial contribution towards the erection of posts and signage, which ultimately forms the introduction of speed restrictions at an appropriate place within the highway network, which I would assume, and this would be obviously subject to technical analysis from roads, would be quite far west of this site to see people obviously reduce speed down as they approach the centre. So certainly we can offer to help in that way.
That's great. It's not something we would be able to condition, but I'm sure the Archie and the community would be delighted to learn that you are willing to do something to help mitigate the impact of additional traffic. I've got Councillor Hislop, please.
Morning, Ben. It's a little piece of information I would like to find out. It's back to the electric car charging points. Have you done an assessment on the actual infrastructures that's there, and has, like, so Scottish Power come back and said there isn't in the locality the ability to fast charge cars? You just have to be trickle charged. And you mentioned earlier it wasn't viable. So does that mean to say it's possible, but financially it's not viable because of, can't remember how much it is per yard or whatever it is to put in a cable? But is that what the problem is?
Yes and no. The problem is again linked to how developed and advanced the network can support EV charging in any area. And at the moment, it's a matter of, I suppose, nationally managing expectations. As we have seen, not on any of our schemes, but in the press, stations open and simply the chargers do not work because there is not enough juice to them. What we therefore look to do is works with the likes of SSC or Instavolt. We're now partnering up with Shell, who are very keen to look to electric vehicle charging, and they will run their analysis on the network grid to understand exactly what charging points can be installed. But they have a precondition at the moment, certainly with us anyway, where they'll only do it once we have a consented scheme planning. So I suppose it's a bit of chicken and egg. What I have found recently on a scheme at Abbey Road in Barrow, in Furness, in Cumbria, was that there was only sufficient supply currently in the network grid to allow for a 7 kilowatt charger, which is a slow charger, and that would provide for a limited degree of charge for, say, a 20 to 30 minute period. But it is there. And certainly we are more than happy to include for that as part of the proposal, but it has its limitations. If we do find that there is sufficient supply and a faster charger of, say, 22 kilowatts or higher is feasible, then we would include for that. The retailers very much prefer it because it prevents the opportunity for somebody simply leaving their car for 6 hours, which could happen, ultimately reducing and diluting the number of parking spaces that are available. The likes of Instavolt and SSE and Shell are acutely aware that a dwell time on a parking space needs to be around about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, commensurable with how long people look to spend in the convenience store. So that's currently where we're at.
Right, thanks.
Thanks, Ivor. Last speaker seems to be David Slater, and I hope it's not an electric vehicle charging discussion.
Well, there's two questions. So one is about charging points and the lack of power. Most of these points in street and that are only 7 kilowatt, which would take an hour to charge a car about 20, maybe 25 miles, which nobody's going to wait for that amount of time. So as the electricity company say, or Scottish Power say, they will need to have three-phase electricity to get 50 or 100 kilowatt chargers in there, and that might then be the problem, that there's not enough power available at this time, and that would have to be addressed. The other question was about, as Councillor Thompson said, about road safety. That is quite a fast part of the road, so it's there. So I feel that putting up signs, a lot of drivers don't adhere to the signage. So possibly a pelican crossing or a crossing somewhere for people to get to the store would be a good idea. Thank you.
Thanks, David. I think that was an observation rather than a question,
Okay.
Ben.
Okay.
So, if there are no other questions for the applicant, thanks very much for being with us, Ben. Thanks for answering the questions that have been set you. Members, we're in session. I've got Archie.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And there was a reason why I asked about the Gretna one, because when people go to the Gretna co-op, they usually go in, they park for 5 minutes, get their stuff and come back out again. So a charging point, I think, wouldn't be very relevant in this case. And I think they have about 13 parking spaces, if I remember correctly, as well, and about 3 disabled parking places, which is very similar to the application that's in front of us. I still have a concern about the road safety aspect, but we've had, professional advice off our road officers, and we've had, some form of commitment from the organisation to support the 20-mile-an-hour zones when they actually come in. There is in the application itself, before any construction takes place, a traffic management plan is to be in place. And to be honest, Chair, looking at this from a planning perspective, I can't see any planning reasons why this application should not be allowed to go forward as is suggested in the application itself. I'm happy to listen to other members here, but I can't see any planning reasons why this application shouldn't go forward.
I take it then, despite what your observations are, you're no proposing that we remove the condition about electrical vehicle charging because you're opening a door that will cause many issues if you are.
No, I'm not proposing that. All I'm saying is that the behaviour of people who go to the very similar site in Gretna is they come in with their car, they park up for 5 minutes, they get their stuff and then they go away again. And that's 100% of the people that go there.
Yeah, thanks. And I know certainly for the electric vehicle charging points, there are people that use them sometimes that are not really charging up their vehicles. But that's fine. And I think what the applicant was saying was that he would be willing, or the organisation would be willing to work with the community now to introduce speed reduction measures, and that they would be willing to contribute to that. I think that's what he was saying, but it won't be a condition anyway. I've got 2 members of the committee looking to speak. I've Stephen Thompson and Councillor Hislop. Stephen, please.
Thanks, Chair. And I would say that generally, having heard what I've heard today and having read the report, that I'm supportive of development going ahead. I think it's just the issue around road safety that I've certainly had the concerns raised to me about. And I think condition 15, I think it is, in terms of the appropriate signage, etc., weighting restrictions, and also from what the developers agents said in terms of that willingness to contribute towards some kind of measures as yet undetermined. I think that's the issue. How do we capture that through yourself, Chair, in terms of if that's a condition and we've heard verbally, but it doesn't really tie anything down, because at the moment we don't have a 20-mile-an-hour zone there. There may be something the developer's willing to do, but is that just something that's agreed behind the scenes, or can we confirm that at committee? Otherwise, I'm happy to support the actual recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. I'll let the rest of the members speak, then I'll ask Andrew Robinson or David Sutty to help us, because I don't think we can condition something like that, but I think we'd be disappointed if an undertaking was made in public and then declined at a later date. I've got Councillor Hislop and then Councillor Howie.
Chair, it's the condition about the electrical vehicles, and I don't want to remove it, but I would like clarification. If it is not possible to put in quick charging equipment, will that stop this development? Because it might not be, I can't remember, it might be appropriate and whatever the various different things we do for conditions are. If we can't get that, but they put in a trickle charge, does that meet the requirements of that to allow a development to go ahead? Because I'm not against stopping this, but similar to Councillor Dryborough, I think most people use this for 5 minutes, pint of milk, your papers, whatever. And I would think that to stop it because they can't get a fast charger in there, I think would be a bit over zealous. But if they can get some form of charger in, fair enough. But I don't think we should be looking to stop this because they cannot get a fast charger.
No, and I would agree with you. I just can't believe that in this day and age that we can't put electrical vehicle charging equipment in, especially when we're starting afresh with a vacant site. I've Mr. Sutty looking, and I presume he's wanting to offer us some advice. And it might be something we can delegate to officers to deal with if the applicant comes forward and provides information that illustrates irrefutably that what we're asking can be achieved. But David Sutty, please.
Morning, Chair. Morning, members. Yes, we can just draw members' attention to condition 9 on page 40 of your agenda. That is deliberately worded in a slightly vague way because we don't ourselves know what is capable of being provided. The spirit behind the condition is clearly to secure some form of EV charging, but it requires details to actually be submitted. In the event that details submitted conclusively proved that you couldn't actually get charging in there at all, or at least not on a reasonable method, then you could discharge that condition by simply agreeing that there would be none. So the wording of the condition is suitably vague for that very reason, because we didn't know ourselves exactly what the capability of the site was. But as I say, the spirit is clearly to try and get something in there. I do concur with what Councillor Dryborough has said about the one in Gretna. It tends to be one which is used really pretty quickly. I think the other thing, just to answer the question that the Chair had made about the things such as the crossing and so on, any conditions have to be directly related and relevant to the development that's being permitted. That's one of the 6 tests of using of a condition. So if you have an existing situation there, you shouldn't be using this application to try and solve it. It's only the extra pressure that this is putting on. And again, Councillor Thompson made a valid point about the fact that many of the people would be coming from the north across the road. But certainly, I would be more comfortable with it being a directive suggesting that the applicant works with the council, particularly the Roads Authority, in trying to bring forward things. There is condition 15, which is on about the waiting restrictions having to be put in place, including the appropriate signage before development is brought into use, so that there is that aspect of it covered as well. But I see Andrew put up a comment, so he's maybe wanting to address something which I haven't. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, David, and Andrew's wanting to come in. And I might add that it might be simply that if we are unable to introduce electric vehicle charging points at this time, and that's proven, that we simply add to one of the conditions that in the event that happens, ducting is introduced to ensure that it can be installed at a later date if an opportunity presents itself. So I've got Andrew coming in, and there are numbers of members wanting to speak, and I hope I know just got to redesign electric vehicle charging or whatever, because we have a proposal before us that's quite specific and the conditions are quite lengthy. Andrew?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to go back to condition 9, one of the, this is the EV charging, one of the details that's being requested is timescales for implementation. So one suggestion that I could offer, and move it forward from what David has said about the condition, you've got the following sentence restricting the development being brought into use unless the EV charging point has been installed. Would be open to you, given the debate that's happened today, to maybe remove that section from the condition and then actually go to the last sentence and state the said charging equipment shall be installed in accordance with such timescales as approved within the details submitted. So it leaves it open that actually there's a timescale for implementation that's required within the details to be submitted. So actually what the condition's not restricting EV charging point. Effectively, the timescales for implementation can be further explored as part of the condition, but the condition could be reworded to not restrict the retail unit being brought into use until an EV charging point has been implemented, but actually it needs to be implemented in accordance with the timescales as set out, because at some point there will be enough charge within the network. So that's another suggestion that could be open to you, and if David wants to come in on that, then welcome to hear any suggestion, but that might be just a way of clarifying or making the condition a little bit more precise to reflect what's been debated today.
Thanks, Andrew. On a personal level, I wouldn't want to start diluting these conditions, and we'll find ourselves consistently being asked for permission not to introduce EV charging, when clearly that's the regional and national direction of travel, but it's up to members and no me to decide where we go with this. So I have Ian Howie, then Councillor Dennerley, and then I'm hoping we'll go to a determination. Councillor Howie, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's more just an observation about risks to businesses out there. Some may remember 2006, going back, perhaps yourself, Chair, about Tesco's in Castle Douglas and how that was going to blight the town. It would close all the independent retailers. It didn't happen. 2009, there was a further survey carried out, and actually some of the businesses that had objected initially actually said that the arrival of Tesco's had benefited them. So it's not necessarily a negative thing for the town.
Thanks, Ian. That's an observation. Councillor Dennerley, John.
Hello, thank you very much, Chair. Just going back to what Ivor was bringing up, I don't very much agree with his point there about in terms of making sure that we have plenty of time for this. Thinking about the electric vehicles and the charging points, and as Andrew explained in terms of the different conditions and adding an extra condition for that, either no limitation on time of when to set up an electric vehicle, or maybe an extended time, or maybe even adding good information to say once there is sufficient power within the system to set up an electric vehicle charging point. And then therefore the building development can still continue, but then once there's sufficient power, we can then set up electric vehicle point. That's I think that's a fantastic adjustment to be made.
Thanks very much for that observation, John. It's really helpful, and I think Andrew has indicated we could place a condition, and it will be up to you and other members whether or no that condition is added, because my concern would be that suddenly that would be an opportunity to keep rolling the installation forward and forward until it just somewhere in the horizon rather than the immediate development of the site. But that's I'm in members' hands with that. So there are no other registered speakers with the members. No, I'm sorry, we don't take observations or questions from the floor. And no, you can't. Sorry.
Late arrival due to postal strikes. It only arrived yesterday, and we tried to register the situation on Monday morning, and we got written confirmation from the reception that was the case. So why was that not considered?
I'm sorry, we're in the middle of a meeting. The opportunity for public speaking is finished, and it's unfortunate, but you cannot speak and you cannot present anything to the committee today. Members are in session. Councillor Dryborough.
Thanks. You're taking everything into consideration. What was said, and I think with that slight amendment to condition 9 that Andrew was talking about, I would go with the recommendations within the report.
Stephen.
Thanks, Chair. I would happily second that if we could include the directive that David Sutty outlined about the developer working with the Roads Authority in terms of road safety issues going forward.
Thanks for that, gentlemen. If there are no alternative views, I'll ask Tracy just to remind us what the condition 9 is and the amendment that Andrew suggested we might consider and introduce a directive.
Thanks, Chair. So the application is proposed to be approved subject to the conditions in the report, with condition 9 being amended to remove the first section, which is that no development in respect to this plan and permission shall take place unless the exact details of electrical vehicle charger equipment to installed within the development have been submitted and approved in writing. And
can we just check with Laura that will be a...
Sorry, my understanding was, Tracy, that it's the second time where it says that development shall not be brought into use unless and until the electrical vehicle charging equipment had been installed. Andrew would be able to confirm that, but it was my understanding that we would still be looking for the details to be provided at the beginning, and it's the second about when it's brought into use, the second part. But if you want to check that with Andrew, that was my understanding of what he was saying.
Andrew, are you with us? Can you just maybe introduce your suggestion that members might want to adopt?
Yeah, it wasn't changing the first two sentences as per law. It was removing the third sentence. So the development shall not be brought into use unless and until the electric vehicle charging equipment has been installed. So it was removing the third sentence but altering the fourth sentence so that it would say thereafter the said charging equipment shall be implemented in accordance with the timescales as approved in the submitted details, and thereafter retained and maintained in an effective operation condition for the lifetime of the development. So it was removing the third sentence but altering the final sentence so that you actually that it is implemented in accordance with the timescales that have been agreed in the submitted details.
Are you happy, Archie and Stephen, with that rephrased version? It's recorded so we all can introduce it into the conditions. And you also want a directive attached, Stephen, is that right, and Archie, and in relation to road safety? Okay, that seems to be a decision. Before you leave, Andrew, members will know that Andrew is leaving us for pastures new. This will be his last committee presentation. He moves on to become a member of the Planning Inspectorate in England. Andrew's been a tremendous member of our staff and has been represented the council well over many, many years. And I'm sure I echo everybody's best wishes, Andrew. We are really disappointed that we're losing you. England will have benefited, or will benefit very much from your experience and your talent. Good luck in your new post. And if ever you get fed up, Andrew, I'm sure we'll welcome you back in Dumfries and Galloway. Congratulations on your new post and well done, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Chair.
So, Tracy, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please?
Thanks, Chair. Members have approved the application subject to conditions in the report with the amendment to condition 9, which I'll not rehearse what Andrew said, and the directive on the road safety.
Thanks, Tracy. Okay, members, we move on to agenda item number 5. An application for the erection of leisure building incorporating bar and restaurant, shop, pool area with reception, changing of facilities and decked areas, installation of substation and air source heat pump, formation of landscaping and associated works at Barnsole Caravan Park, Iron Grey, Dumfries. It's full application reference number 21/2518/full. The recommendation is to approve subject conditions, and our case officer is Carla Livingston. I see you with us, Carla. Good morning. Will you just take us through your presentation, please?
Morning. Thank you, Chair. Next slide, please. The first slide shows the application, the location plan for the application site, highlighted there by, you can see the caravan pitch and the red square where the Barnsole is. It's approximately 1.5 kilometres north of Shawhead. Next slide, please. Next, thank you. This slide is just for your information. A certificate of lawfulness was recently approved by my colleague Andrew Robinson and it established that a minimum of 33 and a maximum of 46 static caravan stances are lawful within the application site, and this plan shows the position of 46 static caravans that have now been deemed lawful within the application site. Next slide, please. This plan shows the floor plan for the first phase, which would include a restaurant, shop, coffee bar, toilets, and an external decked area. The second slide, please. Next slide, please. Sorry. Thank you. Is added to, oh, sorry, can you go back one? Go back one. Thank you. Phase 2 show. Thank you. This floor plan shows phase 2, which would include a restaurant, a bar, and an expansion of the raised deck area, with the final phase, if you can show me the next slide, please. Thank you. That would incorporate a swimming pool and changing facilities. Next slide, please. This shows the proposed external elevations. The building would be clad in timber, in stained dark timber. The next slide, please. This slide shows a visit. Go back one, please. Thank you. This slide shows external visualization of the building. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed landscaping plan. There's a bank of trees to the north of the building, which would be retained as part of the proposal, and additional planting that's indicated to the east of the building and in towards the south of the building. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is the application site looking west towards the application site. The application site is currently hardcore. The building would occupy part of the footprint of the former facilities building, which has been removed from the site. Next slide, please. This is panning left towards the south. Next slide, please. This shows existing static caravans that are located directly to the north, or just beyond the wall, to the north of the application site. They're described as lodges in places, but these existing static caravans are considered to meet the definition of a caravan. Next slide, please. This slide shows the former facilities building, which has been removed. Final slide, please. Thank you. My recommendation, as detailed within my report, is to approve the proposal subject to conditions relating to the provision of the proposed car parking and a landscaping plan. It is also recommended that a directive is placed on any consent granted that to make clear that the existing alterations to the access to the site are not included as part of this application, and a further application would be required in order to regularise recent alterations to the existing access to the caravan park. Thank you.
Thanks, Carla. That's really helpful. And the directive is referred to in page 49, 4.7 of Carla's report, and that's a really helpful addition to the report Carla's presented. So were it questions for the case officer? Ivor has a reference about the previous application. I'll ask Laura to deal with when we conclude this application. So questions for Carla on the application? So no questions for the case of Pauline?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Carla. In policy T1 under the transport development, this involves access onto the regional road network, which will individually and incrementally materially reduce the levels of service of a route. Also, in policy T2, shouldn't the development proposal have considered accessibility issues earlier on in the whole network, so from the A75 right onto the site? If you could clarify that, I'd be most grateful. Thank you, Carla. Thanks,
Carla.
Chair. Within the council the council road planning team leader's response, they note that the access is served. The caravan site is served by an existing access, and they raised no objections to the proposal subject to the provision of a car. I understand there's been concerns raised regarding the impact of the development as a whole, or the development of the wider site and its potential future impact on the existing and potential future impact on the road network in the immediate area. However, this application is solely for the replacement of an existing facilities building and doesn't include the expansion of the site itself. So when I'm considering this in terms of access and parking requirements, it's served by an existing access, and the council roads planning team leader has deemed that the levels of parking proposed within the site are acceptable.
Pauline, you want to come back?
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, Carla, could I come back? This is one for yourself or possibly Mr. Sutty. Forthcoming applications in LDP2 for housing sites state that the framework for whole sites need to be considered favourably in terms and lineages between sites, complementary design, open space planning, landscaping, SUDs, and more importantly, roads layout. If this is the case, why is it not the same for commercial developments, which I'm sure yourself or David can explain to us? But to me, this is a bit of a piecemeal and incremental development, and should have possibly been presented to this committee today as a comprehensive and coherent development whereby roads, access and infrastructure could have been considered in its entirety. If you could just give us some feedback on that, that would be brilliant. Thank you, Carla. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Pauline. Carla?
I don't know if David has any comments at this stage. I would just like to state that the caravan park has been established that it has that a minimum of 33 and a maximum of 46 lawful static caravan stances exist on the site, and this application is for the replacement of a leisure building. Each application has to be decided based on what's in front of us at the moment and not prospective future development of the site. But perhaps David could add to that.
Thanks, Carla. David might
Chair.
want to add, because there is an issue about the potential development of a whole site and site layout in advance, however frequently or infrequently that's expanded or built upon. David?
Really what Carla said is a very good summary. When you're looking at an entire comprehensive development coming in from scratch where there is nothing there is no history, yes, you have to assess all of these elements. But as you can see on page 46, rolling over into most of page 47, there's an extensive planning history of this site. It is an existing authorised use. I can confirm that the certificate of lawfulness, which is mentioned in paragraph 1.6, that's been cleared for issue. So as far as this is concerned, I hear what Councillor Drysdale is saying, but the issue is this is an existing authorised site as such, and therefore it's not quite the same as anything else. You do have the comments of the roads officers, and they haven't objected to this specific application. When and if the developer wants to expand the whole site to the sort of levels which I've seen mentioned in various correspondence, which may or may not be true, that would have to be subject of further application and would be considered on its own merits at that time. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Pauline. Okay, Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. When you opened up, you were talking about on page 49, 4.7, where you're talking about the access has no part of the planning, and yet within the application we see that there's no objection from roads. Surely roads should have objected, because if you do an alteration to a bellmouth of any driveway like of that size, it should be tarred 2 metres back from the road. So I'm surprised that roads didn't pick that up.
Well, I don't know that Carla can speak on behalf of roads, but I take it this is an unauthorised development, therefore roads would not have been alerted to it. Carla?
There's been roads drew my attention to the fact that it had been reported that the alteration to the access, but the access doesn't form part of this application for planning permission, and as the site isn't being expanded, it doesn't. And the alterations to the access were drawn to their attention after the report for this application was completed. Their response is based on the erection of the building only, and not any alterations to the access.
And I think if you go back to 4.7 and I read it at Andrew, it says quite clearly, it's noted that access to the site has been altered without permission, and that's why it hasn't been done. And there's been a directive, or a directive will be added. We can't condition it because that's not part of the application.
Chair, I fully accept, and I'll take it out with this committee meeting, because there have been concerns raised. There's a lot of water comes down that road, and since it's been altered, gravel does come onto our road. Okay, thank you.
No, that's fine, Andrew. Thank you. I've got Councillor McFarlane. Andy, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A couple of questions. First one was in relation to the building that's been removed. Do we understand why that's been removed and why it hasn't just been adapted? And was it removed in line with building regulations and planning conditions? And secondly, on 2.2 on page 47, it says there was no objections subject to condition by the council roads officer. Do we know what those conditions are, please?
First of all, the recommended condition is for the provision of the proposed parking within the site. I'm not aware that that determination of prior approval was submitted for the removal of the former facilities building. I believe that it was removed because it wasn't fit for purpose.
Thanks, Carla. And I don't think ever provided that there isn't any legislation such as a listing or conservation area, nothing to stop folk taking buildings down that they no longer wish to have, and I think there's some legislation about habitable building can be taken down and a new submission made for a larger building within the legislation. I take it that be right, Carla?
Yes, you're correct.
Thank you, Andy. Ian Howie, please.
All right, thanks, Chair. Carla, just talking about the application and what the roads officers reported on, I take it the report is basically to do with the report in front of us today and didn't take cognizance of the C28 road as such.
Carla?
Oh, yes, it's based, sorry. The assessment of the application is based solely on what you see in front of you, and it includes the application site, which includes only the site of the proposed leisure building. So therefore, that's why we can't add conditions regarding the access, because the access isn't included within the application site. And that's why the roads officer's response is based solely on the erection of the building and doesn't include the access.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Councillor Slater. David? You need to put your microphone on.
Sorry, it did come on. I did push it. There you are. Right. One of the slides shows buildings in the background. Are they new buildings or are existing buildings? They just look like new. Could you maybe answer that? Thank you.
Can you move the slides back, Carla, till we see? I think it's one of the demolished areas. There were a couple of windows showing in that one. And David's wondering whether that's part of the application site or whether it's a completely different building.
These ones, yes. These were under construction at the time of carrying out a site visit, which was in the summertime this year. The buildings are they're referred to in places as lodges, but they meet the definition of a static caravan.
That's fine, Carla. Thank you. They're part of the lodges or static caravan, which form part of the site, David. Thank you. Okay, if there are no other members looking to speak, there are no registered speakers, so we're straight to in session. Members are in session. Councillor Dryborough.
Thanks, yeah, it's an unusual one, this one, and it causes so many issues out with the application area as opposed to the application site itself. But with regards to the application in front of us about the application site, don't have any issues, and as long as that directive can be followed through with regard to the access for a future planning application, I'm happy to approve the recommendations, Chair.
Thank you. Any of Pauline?
Thank you, Chair. Could I just ask David or Carla, before we progress, or yourself, Chair, is it normal that a development of this size with future plans that will come in, the roads are not considered? Is that normal procedure within our planning department at Dumfries and Galloway Council? Thank you, Chair.
I think roads are asked to assess every application where there's an impact or additional impact in the road network, but Carla will help. Carla?
For clarification, is that are you asking that roads would be consulted on any future application for the expansion of the site, or?
Thanks, Carla.
Yes.
No, Chair, the question I'm asking is it normal policy within Dumfries and Galloway Council that the roads wouldn't be considered at the same time the access to a site that is becoming larger in the future? Is that normal policy?
You're asking if roads will be consulted in the event of an application for additional facilities to be within this development. Is that what you're asking?
No, yeah.
Obviously, there's a concern about the future use of this particular site, right? And one of the issues is that the entrance to the site is not part of this application. Roads will be asked to give their opinion on any application that comes forward that has a roads effect or an effect on roads. This doesn't have an effect on roads because it's an internal part of the site, However, if there is an application, say for a house on the side of a road, the roads will then be asked for their opinion. They've been given a directive that anything in the future coming forward for this site, roads will have an opinion on that particular thing and may have conditions applied to it here. So I think for this one, roads didn't need to be invited, but they've said that because of the issue that they found, a directive will be required to come forward with any future application that roads would be putting conditions on.
No, I don't think that's right. I'll check with David, but I think the directive will be to make sure an application is submitted for the changes they've made to the application entrance or the site entrance. And we can't. But we have discovered during the... David Sutty, can you confirm, please, what the directive will say and why it says it? And just as well, just satisfy Pauline that any future applications where the development of this site that will increase capacity, will the roads folk be involved?
Right, thank you, Chair. There's an awful lot of issues raised there to try and unpack that. This particular application is for the leisure use within an existing authorised caravan site. So the roads officers have provided comment in respect of that and that alone. And that's why you've got condition 1 to do with provision of the parking spaces related to that. As part of this application, it was established that unauthorised alterations had taken place to the access, which do need a grant of planning permission. It's not been part of any of the applications which are currently before us or recently before us. Therefore, that needs to be regularised. So the directive that would be attached would be solely to remind the developer that they will need to acquire a grant of planning permission for the works which they've done, which may or may not be acceptable. The roads officers will clearly be consulted on that application. Any future application to expand or increase the size of the development within the development that requires a grant of planning permission will be subject to a consultation with roads officers, and they will have their opportunity at that time to comment as appropriate.
Yes, and that's what I was saying, that the directive is to fix the road now, not to deal with when the next application comes in. Is that correct?
The purpose of the directive, just to read it, a directive should be placed on any planning permission granted in order to advise the developer that a future application for planning permission is required in order to regularise the alterations to the access. So the access has been altered in such a way it needs a grant of planning permission, therefore they need a retrospective application. Roads officers would be able to attach conditions there such as trapping and draining and surfacing, all the things that you would normally look for on an improved access. And that's really what we've been looking for here. In the event that one doesn't come in, then the planning enforcement team would be able to take that matter up.
Yes, and we're not waiting till another application comes in, David. That will be addressed now because it's come to light that these changes have been carried out without authority and they need to be regularised. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair, it is.
So it's not for a future application, it's to be done now. Right, okay. So I've got Councillor Howie and then hopefully we'll move on. We're at the determination stage.
Thank you, Chair. No, it's just that I think it could adequately be argued that this application itself is intended to increase footfall and business activity within the park as such. My main concern is your 55 touring caravan pitches which exist. It will increase the use of that site by touring caravans. These caravans now can be over 2.5 metres wide. Your road, the C25, is only 3 metres wide in places there. And I think there's a genuine road hazard as it stands. And then approving this will increase business and increase risks to pedestrians and cyclists using the C28 in that area.
That's an observation, I take it. Or an opinion, because you can't say it will because you don't know.
I think it's fairly, if you increase, your intention is for the business.
Anyway, so that's just speculative. We can't do that. So we've got a proposal from Councillor Dryber. Is that right, that we go with the recommendation as set out in the papers? Andrews seconded it. No alternative views. That's the decision of the committee. Just confirm the decision of the committee, please, Tracy.
Thanks, Chair. Members have approved the application subject to the conditions in the report, with the directive to be added that should be placed on any planning permission granted in order to advise the developer that a further application for planning permission is required in order to regulise the alterations to the access.
Super. And Councillor Hislop asked a question after we determined the previous application. So, Laura, can you advise Councillor Hislop what we can or cannot do, given that it was after the decision was made?
Thank you, Chair. One suggestion that I would make is that as part of Condition 9, we're looking for details on what EV provision. We could, as part of that, look for information from Spen. If really what Councillor Hislop's looking for is evidence to back up what the developer's saying to us, then the planning department, they have the right to be satisfied with the information that's supplied to them. So as part of that process of the fulfilment of Condition 9, I think that would be valid.
Super. And Ivor's indicated he's happy with that.
Thank you.
I see Carla rushing back. Was it a fire, Carla, or somebody at the door?
It was a dog. I thought she was stuck, but she's all right.
Very good. So we've determined that, Carla. Thank you very much. We move on to agenda. Oh, you're just about next. We move on to agenda item 6, an application for the installation of new shop frontages to north, east and south east elevations, which is retrospective, at 1 Castle Street, Dumfries. It's full planning permission. The reference number is 22/1465/full. Recommendation is to approve unconditionally, and the case officer is Carla again. So, Carla, whenever you're ready, take us through your presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. Next slide, please. Thank you. The location plan shows the position of the application site in Dumfries town centre within the conservation area. The building is on the corner of Castle Street and Friars Vennel. Next slide, please. Thank you, Chair. Sorry, thank you. The block plan shows a closer view of the location of the building. That's highlighted as number 1. Number 3, Castle Street, there is a Barclays Bank, and across Friars Vennel, the building that's labelled 108 is a small supermarket. Next slide, please. This shows the original shop front that has been removed. This is a retrospective application. The photo on the left shows the shop front when it was Marchbank Bakers. The window detailing was painted black. And on the right-hand side, it shows the shop front prior to that, when it was painted green. You can see the original leaded transom windows, which have been removed. Next slide, please. This shows the proposed elevations. Actually, that should be the existing elevations, as this is a retrospective application, sorry. Next slide, please. This shows the elevation that fronts onto Castle Street. Next slide, please. And this is the elevation that fronts onto Friars Vennel. Next slide, please. This shows the fascia sign that's above the entrance to the shop. Next slide, please. And the details of the existing hanging sign, of which there are 2, one on Castle Street and one on Friars Vennel. Next slide, please. This shows a neighbouring shop front for a Greggs that's, I think it's like 2 or 3 doors along front, that also fronts onto Castle Street, as detailed within my report. The shop front, which is subject to this application, has a similar colour palette and also similar modern design. Final slide, please. As detailed in paragraph 4.6 of my report, while the loss of the traditional shopfront is regrettable, it's acknowledged that the replacement shopfront utilises traditional details such as the decorative mouldings on the fascia end panels, as well as the vertical emphasis on the windows, and it does include transom windows, although they are not. It's acknowledged they're not leaded. And further to that, the building is not listed, so it doesn't have the same level of protection as a listed building would have within a conservation area. As such, it's recommended that the proposal is approved unconditionally. Thank you.
Thanks, Carla. So we have questions for our case officer, and first in is Andy McFarlane. Andy, please.
Hi, Carla. Thanks for your presentation. Yes, I do think it is regrettable that leaded windows have been removed, and I'm a little bit sceptical that a company such as Marchbanks have done a retrospective application as opposed to a prior one. And I'd be interested to know what your view is on, had this come in prior to the work being done, what the decision might have been in relation to those windows. Thanks.
I'm hoping it would have been the same as what it is, because we shouldn't be sympathetic because it's a retrospective application, be considered in the same light as any application. But Carla, that's for you. For Andy, please.
Yes, you're right, Councillor Dempster. It would be the recommendation, if it wasn't a retrospective application, would remain the same, that the proposal was considered acceptable.
Thanks for that, Carla. Do we have any indication as a retrospective application, not an initial one? Thanks.
I believe that the applicant wasn't aware that planning permission was required.
Thanks, Andy. I've got John Campbell. Councillor Campbell, please.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Carla. Could we have the slides back up of the two windows side by side, if that's possible? Yeah, that's the one. I take it the only difference between that is actually just the paintwork. It's still the traditional transom windows. Is that correct?
Yes, it's it's the same shop front. There's the signs to this. Sorry, I can hear myself back. Sorry, the changed. Obviously, those are the same. They look different because I think in the optical world shop front, the paint in the window frame is painted green, which you can see more of the detail of the leaded windows. So I think it was important to include both.
Thanks, Carla.
So there's actually no change there, Carla. It's only when we see the grey picture, that's the new windows, is that correct? Yeah, that one.
Yeah, these are the new ones, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Thanks, Carla. No other questions for our case officer. We have two registered speakers. We have Anne Lindsay from Lordburn Community Council, the chair of Lordburn Community Council. Anne, if you'd like to come forward, please. You will have 3 minutes to make your presentation to the committee. I will ask you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion, and if you could wait in case members of the committee have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So just whenever you're ready, Anne.
Thank you. Oh, I have to speak. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm representing Lordburn Community Council today, and this is including the views of members of the public and shopkeepers in the borough who brought this case to our attention. I've got 3 points to make. The first point, this council has a duty to enforce planning constraints in the conservation area. And we wonder how you can justify a conservation area if these constraints are not enforced. And the rationale that the new frontage matches other nearby ill-considered developments sounds a bit like a race to the bottom. It means we can expect more of the same. It's the first point. The second point is about consistency. We can cite many cases where the planning department has done its job, dealt with cases involving failure to submit timely planning applications, and in cases where the unregulated development is perhaps like a sore thumb or an eyesore. I'm not saying this is the same, but forced the owners to remediate. The department took appropriate enforcement measures. Applicants were compelled to submit a retrospective planning application and were then forced to undo and then redo the building work so as to comply with conservation guidelines, obviously at some considerable cost. Now, how do you think they'd feel about 1 Castle Street getting past the post with no penalty? So this is about consistency. We need consistency in the application of planning regulations. And the final point is we need to protect our built heritage. What doesn't seem to be fully recognised is the commercial value which our built heritage brings to the town. Dumfries should be a destination town. Apart from its potential for ecotourism, we need to capitalise on the stunning Georgian and Victorian architecture, the wonderful street geography of the town. Visitors, when they see over the litter and neglect, are enchanted by Dumfries, by the beautiful old buildings. They have to look up. We have to look up. There has been so much damage done to the
You have 30 seconds to go on.
Street level frontages. We need to protect our built heritage. To this end, LCC are asking that the frontage of 1 Castle Street be reinstated. I'd also say quickly that I think there's something called a CARS programme, and I think the owners of Marchbanks, I think that funding should be made available to them, or to try and retrieve those windows if they haven't gone in the skip, or give them some help in, because I know it will be very expensive. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Anne. Any members have any questions for Chair of Lochmaben Community Council? In that case, Anne, thanks very much for the presentation. Thank you. We now have Harry Marchbank, the applicant, to address the committee in person. Harry, you will have the same 3 minutes to make your presentation. I will remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. And again, if you'd wait, in case members have questions for you, I'd be grateful. Whenever you're ready, Harry.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank the Planning Board for the opportunity to speak here today. I just want to say a reason for making the changes to these windows. As a small family business, we've invested into our Castle Street shop as trade was taking a downturn over the last 2 or 3 years. We noticed trends that were being overlooked due to the poor presence the shop had on Castle Street. The original window frames in the shop had rotted and were allowing the poor weather to penetrate the frames, causing damp and mould into the windowsills inside. This was picked up by Dumfries and Galloway Council's Environmental Health in 2019. Since making these changes, there has been a significant increase in footfall within the premises, which not only benefits our business, it protects our employees' jobs, and it also increases footfall onto our declining high street. I'd like to offer my apologies to the Planning Committee for naively making these changes without the relevant permissions. However, I was unaware of these changes at the time, with the building not falling into a listed category. With that in mind, I, for one, have heard many people commenting on the positive impact the new look has had on that side of the street. I acknowledge that there is a few that do not agree with these changes. However, these older style fixings were proving detrimental to our business. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Harry. Maybe members have questions for you, but I've got one, and it's on page 1. Page 53 at 1.3. You might know of the papers in front of you, but it says the signage on the property does not form part of this planning application, as it will require a separate application for advertisement consent. This has not been submitted to date. I presume you will be submitting an application for that.
The signage has never actually changed, although the letters on the signage has changed. The original fixings have never changed. I did see the pictures on the slides there, but that's just acrylic letters being stuck onto the original fixings.
Oh, thanks, Harry. I'll just check with Carla whether it still needs that application or no, because that hasn't been submitted. If the signage hasn't changed, Carla, is there a requirement for that to be submitted? Because you'll see in your papers 1.3, it's very, very bottom of the page, NB. The signage does not form part of the planning application. So maybe it's never had consent, I don't know. Oh, so yeah, you're on mute. There's been a delay in your speech, Carla, but Archie's right. You've no unmuted yourself.
Changes to the fascia sign would require advertisement consent. So the alterations to the letters would require a later application for advertisement consent.
So that will be required, Harry. Okay. Any questions for John?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Harry, for attending today. How long has Marchbanks been in the premises?
We went in there in May 2016.
And during that time, you would be aware that you're in a conservation area?
I actually came into the business in 2018, so I wasn't within the business when we first acquired that shop. To be honest, I've no experience with anything along these lines of property and stuff, and I wasn't actually aware it was in the conservation area until there was a councillor attended the shop halfway through the works, and that was when I was first made aware of the situation. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Any other question? Oh, Pauline?
Thanks, Chair. Harry, at any point in the changes that you made, did you consider implementing leaded transom windows into the design, or was that not considered? Thanks.
Yes, it was considered. However, we did have a bit of a nightmare to start with, trying to get a contractor to do the works initially, especially to the wooden design and stuff. It's very difficult to get a craftsman in order to carry out these works. We also tried to keep the original single pane window. However, the contractor had said due to health and safety they wouldn't transport a window of that size and install it. Thank you.
Thanks, Pauline. Councillor Dennerley, John, questions for Mr. Marchbank?
Hello, thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much, Harry, for all your explaining. Everything you've done, that's great. I really understand the situation you were in, and obviously the confusion that you had regarding applications. I have been to the area, and I'm very impressed with the design of the buildings in the area. And obviously I understand, you know, the need for modernisation helps your business. I did hear about this that there was an option for funding. When you originally looked at repairing it and trying to repair the original window, did you look for funding and look for different changes in terms of that?
To be honest, we take on a contractor to do these works, and they are quite tight time scales. We're a small family business, so we do rely on the money coming in every day. So in order for this to be carried out, it would mean the shop would be closed for quite some time, which just didn't prove financially viable. But further to that, we couldn't actually get a tradesman or find a tradesman, both locally or nationally, in order to carry these works out.
Thanks, John. And I think what the chair of Lord Burn Community Council was talking about was the Town Centre Improvement Fund, and I think there'd be a long lead-in to any grants being made and conditions attached that might not have been attractive to Harry or his business. But thanks, John. If there are no other questions for the applicant, thanks very much for being present today, Harry. Thank you. Members, we're in session. Archie.
Thanks, Chair. And I understand what Lord Burn Community Council and the local public say about try to keep the aesthetics of these areas, being as Georgian as possible, or however long ago it was actually done. But I've done a bit of extensive travelling in my time as a councillor, and I've went to some of the major cities and towns around the UK where I found new and old actually blend in pretty well together, and I think this is one of those particular cases, so I'm happy to go with the recommendations, Chair.
Thanks, Archie. Andrew?
It's just happy to support.
David?
Yes, I would just like to say I believe it has improved the area with a slightly more modern look in some ways, but it has to blend in with the old town as well. But there's a lot of issues with some of the shops in the old town and some of the signs you have up. So I think that one, it kind of fits the place, I must admit. Thank you.
Thanks, David. John Campbell?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, Carla mentioned it was regrettable when we lose things like this. There's always the issue of conservation, vandalism. That's just my words, Chair, at this moment in time. The Loch Maben Community Council do have a point to make. There's a number of issues when it comes to the conservation area of Dumfries. But on planning terms, I think overall, I think there is a balance there, and the balance is that the new style isn't too far from the old style, so I would support it on that sort of basis. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, members. David?
One more point. A number of old shops have been purchased.
No, we're not having points, David.
Okay,
it's
an
about
observation.
this particular application.
It's an observation that some of the signage in these old shops has been bought, signage has been changed, and the lettering changed. So, is that part of conservation or not?
Not for this agenda item. But Harry will take on board that there will be a requirement for that advertisement to be submitted. So, decision of the committee is, Tracy, that we have...
Members have approved the application unconditionally.
Thank you. I am aware that we've continued far too long for the need for John's interpreter to have a wee bit of a respite, so we will call a 30-minute interval. We'll have lunch at that, and we will return. What time is it, Tracy? 12:30. 12:30, so we'll return at 1 o'clock. Good afternoon, members. Welcome back. We move on to agenda item number 7, an application for the formation of 7 hard-standing touring caravan pitches, which is retrospective, at Castlewig Holiday Park, Castlewig, Newton Stewart. Full application, reference number 22/1446/full. Recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and case officer is, it was Iona Brook. Is it you, David?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm covering for Iona, who's on holiday. You can just run through the slides, please. The first one shows the location. This application site was subject to an application which was before yourselves at the January meeting. And as part of that application, this same area was identified just as a grassed area for tent and touring area. And so what has been carried out is engineering operations to actually form stances on a gravelled area. So next slide, please. And that just shows the context of the overall site and where these would be in the middle. Next, please. And then you've got the 7 stances which have been formed just as a gravelled area, so it's permeable. And moving on to the photos. And so this was just formerly a grassed area. You can see it does say it's for tents. I'm not sure I'd happily put a tent on the gravelled area, but more likely to be touring caravans. And the next one is from moving round by 90 degrees, looking across the site. And the next again turns around 90 degrees again. So you can see on the right-hand side there, the caravans that have been installed. And next one shows that you've got a number of hookup points for power and water as part of that. And next slide, the last one, just shows it in the context as an aerial photo. So you can see that round about the centre of the slide there, you've got the hatched areas. So it is a development because it's an engineering operation, but it was in an area already identified on the previous permission for a tent and touring area. So this application is really just to resolve that. It's before yourselves because there were a number of objections which were more than the 6. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, David. Questions for our case officer? Or for David? No. Okay. We have one registered speaker. We have Adrian Patterson, the agent, who's appearing in person. Adrian, are you with us? If you'd like to come forward, please. You will have 3 minutes to make your presentation. I'll remind you with 30 seconds to go to draw your presentation to a conclusion. You'll be kind enough to wait in case there are questions for you. That'd be helpful. Just whenever you're ready, Adrian.
Okay, thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for your time today. And thank you, David, also for clarifying the background to the application. I want to reiterate that the approval was secured for the delineation of this area and as a grassed area, and it was actually news to myself that via Iona that excavations had started on site to create hard standing in the manner that they've been laid out, and this application is the result of that. I would also like to say that the profiles of the ground have not changed in any way as a result of the excavations and the laying of the gravel, and that the fundamental views, which I know are important from the neighbouring listed building, are not deemed to have been interrupted by the excavations and the laying of the gravels. And you know that we're happy to accept the recommendation for approval on the basis of David's report.
Thanks very much, Adrian. Thanks for being so concise. Questions for the agent? If there are no questions. Thanks very much for being present, Adrian. Members were in session. Stephen?
I would move the recommendations, Chair.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, happy to support this application.
Thanks, John. Any alternative views? In that case, can you confirm the decision of the committee, please?
Members have agreed to approve the application subject to the condition detailed in the report.
Thanks, Tracy. Move on to agenda item number 8, an application for the extension to the north and west of existing quarry and associated works at Morrington Quarry, Dumfries. Full application, reference number 22/055/0 full. Recommendation is approved subject to the successful completion of a Section 75 obligation within 6 months of the date of decision, or such other reasonable extended timescale as agreed by the appointed officer, and with the conditions that are attached. Case Officer Chris McTeer. Chris, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. The application is in front of members today as under the scheme of delegation, all applications for major development require to be considered by the Council's Planning Applications Committee. In addition to this, there was an environmental impact assessment report submitted with the application, and it was duly advertised as such. The application site, as you can see from the location plan, is adjacent to the existing quarry at Morrington, which is approximately 11 kilometres northwest of Dumfries and 2.5 kilometres to the south of Dunscarp. There we go. So, as you see from the existing site plan there, the plan annotates where asphalt plant, offices, car parking, lagoons, etc. So you can see the existing development there. Paragraph 1.5 of the report sort of details that operations have been existing at the quarry for many years. The predominant permission that extraction takes place under was granted in 1998. So we've got a couple of slides detailing the existing quarry workings. So this is the quarry face taken from the quarry floor looking to the north, and the existing face from the Hall Road. So the Hall Road runs across the north of the site. So the proposal is in paragraph 1.6 of your report. So they're looking for the extraction of approximately 7.2 million tonnes of rock over a period of 40 years. The extractive area covers approximately 6.3 hectares. However, once other land for storage of topsoil and overburden are taken into consideration, the application site extends to approximately 10.1 hectares. The development is to be in 3 phases, and with hindsight, I should probably have put these slides after the ones that are coming next. So the proposed extension, in fact, if I just go back one, so the proposed extension is going over the skyline, just in the sort of centre of the slide there. So what we have is an area of existing upland pasture. So that's looking from the site boundary at the northeast. And again, that's the proposed extension looking from the southwest. As I say, I think those 2 slides probably should have been after the next 3. However, there we are. So, as I say, the phases are outlined from paragraph 1.7 onwards. So phase 1 extends the Hall Road along the northern boundary to access the extension site. Phase 1 also comprises soil stripping and overburden removal and storage, and you can see the storage areas. They're actually just out of the slide. It didn't quite manage to come in. So just above where it says phase 1, the area that's coloured on the plan there is for storage of soil and overburden. Phase 1 also begins progressive restoration of the scheme. Now, progressive restoration just means that it begins and proceeds behind the extraction. So as the extraction goes down, they're basically restoring behind them. Phase 1 will extract in the region of 2.4 million tonnes of rock. Phase 2, you can see the contours working down the way. towards the quarry floor. Again, restoration is done progressively behind the extraction. That's outlined in paragraph 1.8 of the committee papers, and again in the region of 2.4 million tonnes of rock extracted during the second phase of development. The third phase of development goes right down to the quarry floor. Again, progressive restoration similar to phases 1 and 2 behind the extraction process. Then phase 3, the storage area, which I mentioned earlier on to the north, is going to be restored back to its upland pasture at the original ground levels, and again approximately 2.4 million tonnes of extraction in the third phase. Restoration of the quarry, if I can just move the slide along, there we go. So there's a restoration scheme has been submitted with the application, and as I say, it's progressively restored behind extraction. They're looking to also reinstate the dry stone dike boundaries, which were lost to the north and to the east because of the lengthening of the access road and where the overburden and soil would be stored as well. They're also looking to create a matrix of wet, acid and neutral grassland on the quarry floor, and also a programme of planting and natural regeneration of wet woodland, mixed woodland and scrub habitat, as well as the creation of water bodies and wet margins on the quarry floor and in the former settlement lagoons as well. So what we have here are the restoration sections. The dotted line that you can see over the water body is the existing ground level, and the proposed ground levels are underneath that. So what we have as well, helpfully, was a landscape and visual impact assessment of the proposal, was submitted as part of the EIA. So if you can see in the image there, the dotted line represents the extent that the extension is going. So you can see it clearly from the existing quarry face moving to an area to the right, which is overtopped with the grassland there. So that view is from Craigloft Wood, which is to the east of the proposal. This is further east from a core path that runs up, I think it's Bishop Forest Hill, which is on the next slide as well. So again, it just shows the extent of the extension there, dotted in red. And this is just a view of same direction, but a little bit further away, just to illustrate the existing and proposed developments there. And this is the final restoration view, so you can see the quarry faces and benches restored with various grasses and soils. So following an assessment of the proposal and taking the consultee comments and representations on board, it's considered there are no fundamental policy objections in terms of LDP2, and for the reasons set out in the report, it's recommended that the application is approved subject to the completion of a legal obligation to provide for an acceptable financial restoration guarantee and conditions, and as ever I'm happy to answer any questions that members may have.
Questions for our case officer, John, and then Ian.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chris, for your presentation. And I'm looking at the report here. There was concerns about the route and brig. Is there a weight limit on that particular area, or was that considered? Because if some of these large vehicles take the wrong turning, it could put a bit of pressure on such a small bridge. Thanks.
Chris, I don't think there'll be a weight limit because that's to do only with bridges rather than the road infrastructure itself. Chris?
Yes, that's correct. It's generally weight limits would be for bridge structures and the like. The council's roads officers were consulted on the application. Now, generally speaking, the agreed sort of routes are shown on the submitted documentation, and generally it takes the traffic to the east of the application site out towards Hollywood and the A76. As part of the sort of wider proposals, members will probably know that the road network within the council area has been assessed in terms of timber extraction and transportation. So generally speaking, large vehicle routes are known to the council, and the route that's proposed from Mornington out to the A76 is identified as being partly suitable for timber vehicles. So in that regard, similar sized vehicles coming from the quarry are okay with that. But given the road network locally around there, there's really only one way that traffic can come out from the site, and it's generally away from the smaller roads to the north and south of the quarry.
Thanks, John. Ian Howie?
Thanks, Chris. You basically covered it there. I was just looking for confirmation that the route will prevent traffic going through Shawhead Village itself, and you do not anticipate any increase in traffic. It's just extending the life, but you're not expecting volume of traffic to increase as a result of this application.
Yep, short answer is yes. The proposed access. The proposed sort of access arrangements for vehicles leaving the quarry means that they don't go through either Dunsker or Shawhead. The road network isn't capable really of carrying those. There's not anticipated any sort of changes to the long-term extraction and development of the quarry. It is extending out, but it's if there were to be an increase in that, then I suppose we would engage with the applicant and probably come up with a traffic management plan if there were to be a significant increase in export from the quarry. But generally speaking, as with a lot of quarries of this type, they're worked on a campaign basis, so they're only working for, they might only be working for 6 months, 8 months to take a certain amount out, and then operations finished. So it's not operational all the time.
A couple of questions for me, Chris. I was conscious that a traffic management plan might well give the residents living along that road some degree of comfort. Is that something we could introduce as a condition, or given that it's an application to continue an existing permission, would that not be appropriate? And the other thing is the restoration bond, and I know you made reference to that, but given the current inflationary rate, I think the frequency is 4 or 5 years when it's reviewed. Do you consider that still to be appropriate? Because there will be some level of investment required at the end of life to ensure the restoration is kept in line with the proposal that you have deemed acceptable.
If I could take your second point first, I think I'm getting a wry look from Laura. I think it's something that we'll engage with the applicant on terms of the acceptability, and we'll make sure that it's a situation that's acceptable to the council for that. So we will take that on board when we're negotiating that. In terms of the traffic management plan, Roads didn't ask us for one, so they're happy that the information that was submitted with the application means that there's no significant increase in the amount of traffic sort of coming to and from the quarry. As I mentioned in my response to Councillor Howie, if there is a significant increase in traffic, then we can certainly look at introducing some kind of traffic management plan to manage the sort of the flow of traffic to and from the site. But again, the roads to the north and south aren't really suitable for vehicles of that size, so it remains that in the main all the traffic heads out east towards Hollywood and the 76, and the roads can accommodate vehicles of that size.
Yeah, that's fine, Chris. No, I'm just conscious it's a 40-year programme, and that's a long time, and that's why I wondered if it was appropriate to put a traffic management plan in terms of when vehicle movements can take place. But if you're content that roads have no issues, then that'll be fine.
Happy for David to provide any sort of further comment on that one, if it's something we could I don't know if it's something that we can add in at a different point in time, at the end of a different phase, but I'll defer to David on that one.
Laura will help us.
I was going to say, Chair, we could probably add a directive to the effect that if there was a material change in circumstances, then the applicant would have to submit a scheme for consideration by the Roads Authority and ourselves. Laura probably would be.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, David. This was something that David, Chris and myself had discussed when we were considering the draft report, and it was suggested a directive could be inserted along the lines of what David has said to cover any changes in the future. That
sounds helpful if that's what members are content to accept, provided we are minded to support this application. If that's all the questions that members have, I've got Stephen, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. I don't know if you need to check if there's anybody waiting online who's been waiting patiently for a question, but thanks for letting me in. Yeah, so I suppose that at the moment we're not in session, so this is really, I suppose, about the report and what's maybe possible. The directive sounds interesting, but on what would be the conditions for that? Would it be that, I think we've heard from case officer that the assumption is that the access is to the A76 trunk from the C111, etc., as outlined in the report, although there is feedback there from the community saying actually there's traffic going to the A75 by another route. So, and that's not set out by the officer, that's by the community. So I've got sympathy with what your comment about a directive about, well, if it does become such a burden, at what point do you then have that conversation? So what's the trigger point for that? So it's maybe about exploring when that would become a significant factor. The other thing is just about, you mentioned it's an extension to an application, but to me I've just treated this as if it's a new one because we're actually negotiating.
It's agenda item, the extension.
Oh, okay. So it's just about the section 75 aspect of it in the restoration, because that is in there as part of the recommendation. So, but did it have one before that, or is this a new one we're negotiating? And that's just maybe a question for information. Thank you.
Chris and Laura will help us with both, because I would imagine it may be the directive would say in the event of, if they're currently averaging 2,000 tonnes a month, when it exceeds 3,000 tonnes a month extraction, they have to come back. That might be then be something that would be. But how, the other thing is we'd have to ensure these things were enforceable and fair and reasonable. How that would work out, I don't know. So I'll ask Chris first and then Laura.
Yeah, a couple of issues to look at there. I suppose one of the reasons why we didn't necessarily have a condition for a TMP or a condition requiring prescribed routes is the enforceability of it. It would be virtually impossible to enforce that. I suppose the best way to look at a trigger point, as it were, because obviously my colleagues in roads had said, well, you know, if there is a significant increase, they'd probably be best placed to provide us with a trigger for that. So if there were, like the chair says, if there were X number of vehicle journeys per year, if it went above level Y, then we would look to, you know, to try and sort of agree a scheme of you know, controlling the vehicles coming to and from the quarry. So I think that's probably the best workable solution for that, is to consult with roads and then put the directive on with that. In terms of the restoration bond, you'll note this application is for the extension. So this is an extension to an existing working, but it is for all intents and purposes new. Agenda item number 9 is a section 42 application for the original extant permission, which runs out in 2042, I think it is. There is no current restoration bond in place for that one. There wasn't one in place at the time when it was granted back in 1998, which I suppose in kind of policy terms is almost the dark ages compared to now. But we are looking for the restoration bond to be in place for the extension, which we think is reasonable to do. It's maybe a wee bit unreasonable to look at that in terms of the extant permission, because if something were to happen today, then, you know, it would be the same as if something were to happen in the future. The one thing that I will say, and I made the point going through the extraction process, is that restoration of existing quarry faces begins with phase one. So once the material starts to come out for the extension, they are sort of going behind them and restoring. So we're quite comfortable that there's an acceptable amount of progressive restoration during the lifetime of the development.
Stephen?
No, that's very helpful and encouraging to see, and I think we should always have a whole life approach to development wherever possible. In terms of the roads, it's common practice at the moment for communities to raise issues with me in my ward about timber transport issues, using roads that aren't recognised as timber transport routes, and that there's a reporting mechanism through the timber transport officer, for example, where that can be raised with the respective hauliers or companies in a kind of conversational way around the table, as it were. We don't have the same for quarries, but clearly there's the same tonnage, the same frequency, the same demand, so maybe there's something there that we need to consider. But if it's left with road colleagues in the meantime, maybe that would be sufficient. Thank you.
No, that's fine, Stephen. I think we'll maybe just have a very brief and more detailed discussion on that if members are minded to support the application. So we've got David Slater, please.
This application goes over many, many years. And obviously situations will change over these years. One would be if the company, say for some reason, ceased trading, what would happen to any reclamation of the land? What would actually happen there? Would the quarry just be left? Also the fact that vehicles could increase on the roads. I mean, it's a quite high possibility. If it gets busier, they'll have to take out more tonnage. That's possible when they're asking for all this land to be excavated. That's really my questions, really. Thank you.
If you need to switch the microphone off, David.
Oh, sorry.
If you're asking about vehicle speeds, drivers are supposed to drive to the road conditions and adhere to the national speed limit. And that's really challenging when you see the way some drivers behave. But Chris will help you with your question.
I mean, in terms of the any sort of default by the company, that's why we have the restoration bond in place. Generally speaking, in similar circumstances to wind farms as well, the burden would fall on the council to undertake the restoration, which is why we have the bond there in place, so that we have sufficient funds to carry that out and have, you know, if there's any sort of dangerous workings machinery on site, to have them removed. With regard to the vehicles and things, it's I suppose it's up to the operators how they brief their drivers in terms of going out and about. Work has been ongoing on this site for many years, and if there had been any issues, any significant issues with transport of vehicles to and from the quarry, I think the colleagues in roads would probably have highlighted that. So they're comfortable with the situation as it is, and there doesn't appear to be any significant increase in operations at the quarry. Obviously, we're extending we're looking to extend the life of it by another 20 years, but. If we have a directive on that and we engage with roads to look for the trigger point, I think we'll capture everything in that.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, David. Pauline.
Thanks, Chair. Laura, can I just ask, what would be the potential for adding in a directive into this application for just using the recommended route? I understand it's like timber transport; it can't be actually laid down in law, but it would protect the turn-off from the A75 into Shawhead, especially in light of what's going to be happening on that road over the next few years. I just wondered where we stood legally on that one. Thanks, Chair.
Chris, anything to add to what Pauline's asked? No?
I'm going to leave that to Laura.
So,
We can add in a directive, but as you say, it is not enforceable. But the benefit of it would be that it would show the council's feelings on the matter, but it would not be enforceable.
Chair, if I may come back in, I would propose that we do that in this meeting. I don't know how other councillors feel. Thanks.
That's if we're minded to support it. Aye. And we have policing that are supposed to manage the way drivers behave, and I know that in the smaller communities there's a real degree of concern about the size of the vehicles, the way some of them are driven, the speed and the frequency of journeys, and that's why a directive might be useful if we're minded to support that, to introduce that. We're still at questions for the case officer, mind you, so we'll get all that when we're in session, if we're minded to support that. So if yours was about that kind of discussion, David, we'll get it when we're in session. We'll have a couple of speakers. Well, Anne Hart has submitted an objection in writing, and there are now 2 other objections submitted, but the objections are exactly the same wording. So if you could just remind members who the 3 objectors are, Tracy, please, and you only need to read the document once.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, we received a statement from Anne Hart objecting, and the Chair allowed Stephen Pickering and Patricia Pickering the opportunity as well to provide a statement due to the postal strikes. However, when I've reviewed all 3, they all are identical, so I'll read one, but it's on behalf of all 3 objectors. As a nearby resident, I object to the extension of Mornington Quarry and submit the following. Sorry.
Does somebody online have their microphone on?
Sorry, I'll start that again. As a nearby resident, I object to the extension of Mornington Quarry and submit the following statement to be read out. 1. Noise. The River Care runs through a steep-sided valley here with no vehicle noise. The area is extremely quiet, just birdsong and farm animals. Any noise that there is can be heard over a long distance, possibly due to the sloping sides of the valley. The current quarry has much mature woodland around it and has not been used to its full potential for decades. At present, there is seldom any vehicle movement. Tarmac's wish to start new workings on the summit of the hill means vehicles will be heard over the length of the valley. Until now, the workings have been at the bottom of the quarry, reducing the noise to local residents. The new tree planting at the summit of the hill to screen the proposed workings will probably take 25 years to be established. As the soil is poor and it will have a cold hilltop position, the existing trees around the quarry are mature commercial woodland, so could be cleared at any time, increasing further noise and visual impact to the quarry. The permitted working hours at present are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Friday and 7 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Saturday and Sunday under reference 98P30339. However, the quarry has only run sporadically for years, and I am sure that most local residents are not aware of the extensive hours the quarry could work and would be most upset if these hours were to be reintroduced. 2. Roads. The number of movements increase, possibly to the maximum permitted. There will be serious problems on the narrow C111 road. The lorries are bigger than when the maximum movements were approved, and the road is already narrow, extremely potholed and in very poor repair. 3. Environment. The initial workings of the proposed new area of the quarry are at a height of 200 to 221 metres on Killylock Hill. The nearby summit of the hill is only 6 metres above this. The surrounding moorland slopes away. This is the highest point looking southeast along the valley and northwest towards Dunsker, 110 metres, and Speedock, 100 metres. This means that the heavy haulage vehicles are climbing steeply around the north edge of the quarry with nothing to obscure the yellow vehicles, their headlights or the noise from the whole valley area. This is detrimental to the scenery and the environment and disturbing for wildlife and residents. The soil is thin, the hilltop is exposed and windy, and I don't imagine that the planned tree planting to hide the road and vehicles will be sufficiently dense for decades. Dust resulting from the quarry and rock crushing, which is found on the quarry floor, is regularly visible on my windows and vehicles during dry spells carried on the wind and rain. Quarrying on the exposed hilltop will surely make this problem worse. 4. Existing site. A letter from Stephen Cowan, Head of Planning at Tarmac, states the extension would provide for the long-term future of the quarry and allow us to address stability issues with old finished faces. This suggests that addressing sustainability issues with old finished faces will be done if the extension was approved. Surely dangerous faces of the quarry must be made safe regardless of whether the extension plan is approved or not, and I hope the Planning Committee will take these points into consideration.
Thanks, Tracy. So members, you've heard that representation from 3 individual members of that community. We now have representatives, applicant and agent from Tarmac. We've got Tom Lewis. Tom, are you with us? And if you have a colleague or colleagues can introduce them as well. And there will only be a 3-minute collective. Well, no, it's a 5-minute because it's a major application. My apologies. So you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation. And if you've been kind enough, you and your colleagues, to wait in case members of the committee have questions for you, I'd be grateful. So just whenever you're ready, Tom.
Yeah, I was really wanted to rest mainly on the committee report and on the presentation made by the planning officer. I'm really here to answer any queries the councillors have got as much as anything else. I note the comments made by the objector there, but there's been a lot of work, a lot of consideration gone into this in terms of the proposal. Actually, the trees are around them and about the quarry are going to be retained. There won't be any felling effectively, and the tree planting is a limited scope of tree planting on the far edge, specifically just for ecological purposes as much as anything else. So happy to take any questions or queries anybody's got in terms of any of the points that have been raised, etc.
That's very kind and helpful, Tom. The one question was about vehicle movements, and we will be considering a directive, but do you have any observations on what you might do if there are concerns raised with you in the future in relation to the frequency of your journeys?
Yeah, I mean, the whole principle behind the development is that you know, lorries will turn left and follow the road to the 76. There's no intention of vehicles going the other way, and you know, there's no real benefit, I don't think, from the operator's point of view. Tarmac are a responsible operator. They would look to you know, be happy to consider any concerns that have been raised and approach things appropriately.
That's great, Tom. Thank you. We have one councillor looking to ask a question. That's Councillor Dennerley. John, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you both for your input there. I really understand the concerns that have been raised there about the noise situation. And it's very clear about the EIA, the report that was produced there. Had said that there would be no impact. But I do understand the concerns about the noise levels and the potential impact there. So do Tarmac have any plans or any ideas to mitigate the noise impact, the level of noise that could impact the local people and also the wildlife? I know that there you were speaking about planting trees. Is there any plans for reducing or controlling the noise level for the next 20 years? Because obviously it's going to be operating from 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. every day. So just a wee bit concerned about the welfare of the people and the local animals, the wildlife. Is there anything that can be mitigated about that, or are the noise levels going to be projected to be the same as the old functioning of the quarry?
Effectively, the design of the development is that the only vehicle, well, it's basically all the processing, all the crushing and screening of material will take place in the base of the quarry void. So in terms of vehicles or any operations on the upper levels, will only be vehicle stripping soils and placing them, which is a very short-term operation. And then after that, it will solely be the operation of a drill rig, and then blasting, and then subsequently there'll be 2 dump trucks going up and down the road. That will be it. So everything else, all the crushing, the screening plant, will all be in the base of the void. An assessment's been undertaken, as you point out, in terms of potential impacts, and all noise levels are, the government guidance is contained in Planning Advice Note 50 Annex A in terms of noise, and all noise impacts will be within those limits. The proposal's been designed with ecology, at the forefront. It was actually redesigned to remove the haulage route was originally going to go out with the quarry, but there were ecological constraints that were found quite late in the development, which meant they were pulled in the way to avoid those. And ecologically, it's really been confined to as small a space as possible while producing this ability to restore the site in an appropriate way. So the impacts are very limited ecologically.
Thanks for that, Tom. Thanks, John. Councillor Barretti, Tony, please.
Sorry for the delay. It's always clicking those buttons at the top of the screen. Just so that we have a little bit of clarity when it comes to the type of vehicles that are transporting, the frequently been mentioned timber lorries, but to my knowledge, that's not the type of lorry where HGV we're looking at. We're looking at a vehicle which is not a wagon and drag configuration, and therefore is going to be limited to probably 6 to 7, 8 meters. That's part of my first question. And the second part is, from what I see in this industry, you potentially could at some some stage be going over to or transitioning to EV lorries. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I'm the applicant's representative rather than Tarmac themselves, but I know that Tarmac policy-wise are pushing towards at the forefront of reducing their energy consumption, etc. So they will be, they'll be fairly early on in adoption in terms of vehicles, in terms of the more efficient vehicles, and if that involves EV lorries, then yes.
And the first part of my question, the size of the HGV that would
the size of the HGV. So that the predominantly HGVs is predominantly 20-ton vehicles. So they're an 8-wheel tipper lorry, but you will occasionally get articulated vehicles, which are slightly larger.
Yeah, that's fine, Chair. That's my questions answered.
Thanks, Tony. I have 2 more speakers then. Hopefully we'll go to determination. I have Councillor Drysdale and then Councillor Slater. Pauline.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Tom. It's just, we've been listening. Oh, can you hear me, yeah?
Yes, can hear you. Yeah,
thank you. We've been hearing from local residents with regards to their concerns about noise, but also about the level of dust. Can we have your assurances, please, that you will do everything to mitigate that with the use of water sprays? Because we have had an awful lot of dealings with, sorry to say it, but timber transport and wind turbine vehicles completely going under their own directive for various things and using incorrect roads and not following procedures. So I would just like your reassurance as to that, please. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. There'll be a water bowser retained on site, which will water roads and stockpiles effectively. So, yeah, Tarmac will adhere to a dust management plan on the site and make sure that everything is appropriate.
And David Slater, please.
Yes, it was just to carry on for what Pauline said there is regarding dust. That's one of the most important issues here is dust in the atmosphere. And one of the objectors said that their windows are quite often covered with dust. Now, that's stone dust. It's very, very dangerous. So I would like to hear more about how they would actually probably try and resolve this issue.
Thanks, David. I know that in Opencast they had a spray arrangement so that vehicles going into the public road were sprayed with water prior to onto the public road to try and contain the dissipation dust as they travelled along the road. I don't know whether that's something you intend to introduce, Tom, or whether you have other measures that you might want to advise councillors later on.
There's various methodologies that can be employed, so that you can get, but primarily because of the nature of this operation. Effectively, the key measure will be ensuring that the whole roads are watered in any dry spells. Also, the plant itself has to be fitted with water sprays in accordance with the pollution prevention and control permit. So, effectively, all crushing and screening operations will be well controlled.
That's great, thank you. Did you want to come back, David?
Yes, I think it was mainly not so much water on the roads. It was a fact of the quarry itself. Obviously, when they're drilling and blasting, that there is obviously dust there. And how could they actually spray water in that area before blasting? I doubt that, I must admit. Thank you.
No.
The drill rig, when the drilling for blasting is fitted with basically it's cowled, so you don't get any emission. It's controlled, and in terms of the blast, it's not tended to be considered a source of significant dust emission. It's a very short-lived activity.
Thanks for that, Tom. Thanks, David. I did see Sean Marshall's hand come up briefly. I don't know whether that was a mistake or whether he changed his mind, but Sean, did you want to ask a question of the applicant?
No, thanks.
Okay, Sean, that's great. Okay, there are no other questions for the applicant or agent, so thanks very much for your answers, Tom, and thanks for your presentation.
No problem.
Members, we're in session. If there are no views being put forward, we'll take it, we'll agree. Oh, Stephen?
No, thanks, Chair. I think it was just, I think support, given that a number of the conditions address some of the concerns that have been raised, but I think it was just about the directive being included in terms of routes and how that would be taken forward with the roads team and the developer. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. That's what I was about to say. I take it we'll agree the recommendation with the addition of a directive that we would engage with the roads department and the case officer or planning department to ensure that any increase in activity, significant increase in activity, will be readdressed at that time that might happen. Can you maybe give us a formal words, Laura, that would help us to ensure that's captured in the conditions or in the decision?
I'm happy to assist, Chair, but I don't want to step on planning's toes. Normally that would be a planning matter to...
Well, if that's the case, we'll allow the plan. Just when the planning officer said it might be down to roads, I thought maybe legal would be an overarching department that would deal with both roads and planning, but happy
I would suggest that looking at the internal memo which came from roads, they had worked on two assumptions, one being that the transportation would be coming through a set route, and that had been based on the transport statement that had been supplied. And the other assumption they'd been working on was that the actual level and vehicles were not going to be increasing. So I would suggest that the two directives should be based upon the wording of the internal memo, that the route being taken should be as per the transport statement, and also that in the event that it's noted that the volume and type of traffic materially changes, a bit like what we did in the previous application, I think that was to do with Bruce Street, that there would be looking at having a traffic management plan entered into.
That sounds good. Members content with that? Did you want to speak again, John, or no?
No, just happy to support that with that directive. Thanks, Chair.
Super. So with the... Oh, Pauline.
Thanks, Chair. So thank you for that, Laura. Can I just confirm that will be the actual directive will state the roads that are to be used for the transportation of these materials? I think it was.
On the basis of the internal memo, which you should have access to on the planning portal, that would be my recommendation for the directive. It's on the first page of it, the second last bullet point, where the paragraph says the site is served via an existing surface private access from the C119 public road. The submitted transport statement identifies that generally all except a very limited number of local deliveries will turn left eastward from the quarry onto the C119 to join the B729 and subsequently provide access to the A76 Teagles at Hollywood. So it would be a directive based on that wording that it was anticipated that that would be the route that would be taken.
And that kicks in from day one, Chair.
From
Laura.
the point of the decision.
That's great. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thanks, Paul. Okay, thanks, members. So that's agreed with that directive. We move on to... Oh, Tracy, you want to just confirm the decision of the committee, please?
Thanks, Chair. Members have agreed to approve the application subject to A, the successful completion of a Section 75 obligation within 6 months of the date of the decision or such other reasonable extended timescale agreed by the appointed officer, and the conditions detailed in the report with the two directives regarding the route to be as per the transport statement, and if there's a material change in volume, that discussion would be undertaken with road colleagues at the appropriate time about implementing a traffic management plan.
Well done, Tracy. Thank you. Move on to agenda item number 9, an application of the variation of conditions 1 and 5 on planning permission 98/P/30339 to allow extraction of minerals to the 21st of February 2062 and to implement revised working scheme section 42 at Moreton Quarry, Dumfries. The application types of section 42 application, reference number 22/0549/S42. Recommendations to approve subject conditions, and the case officer is Chris McTeer. Again, Chris, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. It's very much a case of déjà vu with this one, and I suppose very briefly, the existing planning permission that's in place from 1998 sets out a number of operating parameters. Obviously, if now that we have the extension to the quarry approved, the existing infrastructure on site, for instance, the offices, the car parks, the crushing plant, are still to remain in situ. The development within the original site was pegged to a couple of conditions, as we've noted in the reports, conditions 1 and condition 5 of the 1998 permission. Since there's been a change in the date to the extension, then condition 1 requires to be amended to reflect that, so that both permissions run alongside each other. And the original condition number 5 stated that the working of the quarry should only be carried out in accordance with the submitted plans that were in place at the time. Obviously, there's now been a suite of amended plans put in, so these conditions basically need to be updated, and the two permissions drawn closely in to each other with the change to the wording. So the reasons are set out in the report, and it's recommended that the members approve that today. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. And members will see on page 91, section 15, the requirement for precautions, including the use of water spray on roads, haul routes. Mineral stockpiles shall be taken to control dust. So that condition is already on this particular application. So questions for case officer members? Stephen?
Apologies for being a bit dense, but do we need to make sure that the same directives and whatnot we've just agreed for the last one have to be included in this one, as well as the section 75, although that was what the last one was kind of about? Just to check, thanks.
Yeah, we'll go for that directive if we're inclined to approve it again. John?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's just to ask about the conditions on the previous report. There's 16 on there compared to only 15 on here. I take it...
to save Chris time, what's the in that's missing?
Well, it's on page 78 in the previous report, condition 16. It's missing on this report. It only goes up to condition 15.
Yeah, but was 15. It in the previous? Oh, sorry, it might be no in the original one. Chris?
I just take it that if these are the original conditions, they should mirror both reports.
Yep, I think that's been an omission on our part. I mean, there likely is a water management plan in place for the existing quarry. The extension, we would require one in there, but yeah, there's no issue with adding that condition onto that one. That's a good spot. Thank you.
Thanks,
Okay,
Chair.
so Lord, and if we're inclined to support this, the similar directive that was applied to the previous permission. Is that appropriate, Laura?
Yes, if the same concerns are there, there's no reason why the directive shouldn't be applied.
Super. So we're still on questions for the case officer. Any other questions for our case officer? In that case, we're in session, members. John Campbell.
Yeah, happy to support this.
Thank you. If there are no alternative views, it's a decision of the committee. Just confirm the decision, please, Tracy.
Thanks, Chair. Members have approved the application subject to the conditions in the report with the addition of the condition 16 to mirror the previous item's condition. And is it both the directives that we had on the last one? Both?
Yeah, it's the very same directives, Tracy.
Okay, and the two directives around the transport statement and the change in circumstances with roads.
Thank you. Move on to agenda item number 10. We did receive a request from the applicant that this be deferred because they felt they were close to coming to an agreement with I'm getting there. The Ministry of Defence in relation to their objection. However, that hasn't worked out, and it's down to the Vice Chair and I to decide whether or no we accede to the request to defer this or whether we determine it today. And we've decided that we will determine it today. It'll be presented to members, and in that way it will give the applicant plenty of time to deal with the Ministry of Defence and sort out the objections, and a return will be at no cost. I think that's right, Chris? So a further application will be at no cost to the applicant. And given the concerns raised by many members about the time it's taking the department to determine some applications, it's only fair that we have no indication of how long this may stand before it's determined if we don't deal with it this way. So we will deal with it today. So, and it's non-speaking items, so there's no way the applicant could come and address the committee anyway. Councillor Campbell.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, if we do determine it today, and we refuse this planning permission, does the existing planning permission still stand?
Chris?
Short answer, yes. We do actually have, as it's set out in the papers, we have a Section 42 application in to amend the original permission to extend the operational lifetime of the wind farm that's previously been granted permission, but just with various other pieces of casework, we've not quite got round to bringing that one before members just now.
Thanks for that, Chris. Okay, John. Right, so, David Slater.
Is it, you said the Ministry of Defence have raised issues about this. Is it to do with the height of the turbines, or is it the fact of the deflection of radar beams off the windmills that could cause some disruption with their equipment? Thank you.
Chris will tell you, but as far as I understand, in certain circumstances and with the seismometer device at the Estill Muir and with the Ministry of Defence, if there's a likelihood that activity would interfere with either of these devices at Estill Muir or the radar, then they are entitled to object, and we must take their objection into account. But Chris will tell you better than me. Chris?
Maybe I should just go through my presentation, and I think that's probably where hopefully the answers to that will come from. It's not necessarily, it's not to do with radar, it's to do with noise. But I'll elaborate further on that if you just want me to continue, Chair.
Yeah, I think that's fair, because we're not even at the stage of asking the case officer questions yet. I was simply explaining why there was a decision taken to determine this today. It puts this particular application to bed, and it gives the applicant the opportunity to revisit this and bring back an application that will find favour with the case officer. And I think the case officer will tell you it's the third-party objections that are the problem, not necessarily the installation itself. So, Chris, will you take us through your presentation, please?
Okay, thanks very much, Chair. So just to begin with, the application is in front of you today as it's a major development under the hierarchy of development regulations. This is quite complicated. It has a bit of a complicated background, as you can see in the papers, paragraphs 1.2 to 1.8. There was a bit of a hold-up with registering this particular application and whether we could further accept applications under Section 42 of the Planning Act to increase the tip height of consented wind farms. So that particular ability changed last year and into this year. So we are where we are with the background for that. So the proposal is set out at paragraph 1.13. And the planning history makes clear at 1.15 that there is an existing permission previously granted on this site back in the permission was issued in 2019. The application came in 2018 for a scheme of 9 160-metre wind turbines. So the application that we're looking at just now is for the same layout, for the same number of turbines, in this case 9, but for 190 metres in height as opposed to 160. With the previous scheme and with other schemes in sort of close vicinity to this, the Ministry of Defence have objected due to the proposal's conflicts with the Esdalemuir Seismological Monitoring Station. Now, the Seismological Monitoring Station has a safeguarding area around about it, and it forms part of the country's obligations under the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty, and basically it's used to monitor underground vibrations, for want of a better term, that could potentially suggest nuclear testing underground in other countries at a sort of seismic level. So at the time, back in 2018-2019, we did consider that a negatively, appropriately worded negative suspensive condition would be appropriate to allow the applicants to engage with the Ministry of Defence. There's a very complicated noise budget in place. So wind turbines sitting on concrete pads cause a number of vibrations that go down into the ground. They'd need to be considered in the background in a similar way to the structures would be if it was radar coverage in the air. So there was a limited amount of budget available within the scope of the noise monitoring round about Esdalemuir. However, at the time that this original application was in, there was no budget available for it, but we did consider that works were fairly progressed with the Ministry of Defence in terms of either realigning or recalculating the noise budget. So we considered that solution was the best one at the time. However, in the years since then, the issue of the noise and the seismological monitoring station has crystallised more with the advent of other schemes, notably the application at Forside, which is in close proximity to the site, and members of the previous Planning Applications Committee, might remember that one from January of this year. The council has been involved in the public inquiry for Forside, and I was part of the team defending the council's decision making on that particular scheme, and the noise issue with the Esdalemuir Station, has been the subject of much discussion in the sort of the 4 years since the last application was approved. Now, basically, the upshot of that is the Ministry of Defence doesn't consider negatively worded conditions to be appropriate, given the timescales around the sort of the recalculation of the noise budget. So they have maintained a very firm objection this time to the proposal. Now, you will note in my report, and if you've had a look at the consultation responses that we've received in, Ministry of Defence notwithstanding, the proposal does enjoy a level of policy support, but it does conflict with the Ministry of Defence's safeguarding area around Esdalemuir, and given the circumstances, we do feel that a negative suspensive condition is both unreasonable and unnecessary, and I've set that out. I've set out the reasons for that in paragraphs 4.12 and 4.13 of my report. Turning to a conclusion of sorts, the impacts on aviation and defence interests are a material consideration under LDP2 policy IN2, which covers wind energy developments, and the Ministry of Defence's objection does represent a significant material consideration when we're looking at the scheme as a whole, and we do consider that the proposal conflicts with policy IN2 and the adopted supplementary guidance that we have in support of policy IN2, and it is recommended that the application is refused for the reasons as set out in the report. But I am happy to answer any more questions that members may have on this one.
Thanks, Chris. So we're at questions for the case officer. Stephen?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chris. So it was just, obviously, the recommendation here is for refusal. The existing permission, when would that expire?
Chris?
We still have an application in under section 42, so the existing permission is alive for as long as that one's in. We granted permission in 2019, so it would have expired in August, but because we have effectively an application in almost to renew it, so to speak, it is still currently extant at the moment.
Stephen?
Yeah, so just so irrespective of what happens to this, the previous submitted application could yet go ahead depending on the outcome of that.
It could, well, until such time as we make a decision on the Section 42 application that's in. But obviously that one has the negative suspensive condition on it, which effectively would allow them to implement all development except put the wind turbines up. So effectively, when we're looking at it in this instance, it would effectively nullify any benefits of the permission if they couldn't resolve the noise issue with the Ministry of Defence.
Thanks, Stephen. Any other questions for the case officer? In that case, for the session members, I agree with the officer's recommendation. Agreed. Just confirm the decision, please, Tracy.
Yes, Chair. Sorry, members have refused the application on the ground detailed in the report.
Thanks, Tracy. We go on to agenda item number 11, an application of internal alterations, including installation of replacement suspended ceiling with integral mechanical ventilation grills and replacement lighting and emergency lighting at Adult Resource Centre, 15 Ednam Street, Annan. It's listed building consent, reference number 22/1426/LBC. Recommendation is to approve unconditionally, and it's Carla Livingston again. Hiya, Carla.
Hello, Chair. Thank you.
Can you just take us through your presentation, please?
Thank you. This application for listed building consent is before you today because the Dumfries and Galloway Council is the applicant. The first slide shows the location of the building, which is to the south of the town centre in Annan. The building fronts onto Ednam Street. Next slide, please. Thank you. This partial ground floor plan shows the extent of the works, which includes replacing lighting and the replacement of an existing suspended ceiling within the building. Next slide, please. This shows a front elevation of the building. The next slide shows the ceiling as existing. You can see that there's a suspended ceiling with lighting within it. Next slide, please. This shows the relationship between the listed building, the suspended ceiling and the walls within the building. You can see it slopes up towards back towards the original ceiling. I think that's the end of my presentation. Yes, thank you. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation. The recommendation is to approve unconditionally. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Any questions for our case officer? In that case, thanks, Carla. I hope you have a nice Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Members within session, agree the recommendations? Can you just confirm, Tracy, please?
Chair, members have approved the application unconditionally.
Move on to agenda item number 12. The erection of decorative steel archway, siting of feature seating area with associated planter and interpretation panel and associated works, which is the removal of existing bollards at land to the west of the old Harbour Master's office, Stranraer Harbour, Stranraer. Its full application, reference number 22/1770/full. Recommendations to approve subject to conditions attached. Case officer Tracy Carnegie, so David Sutty is deputising for her today. David, would you like to take us through the presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. The first slide shows the location of the site, which is in the harbour area of Stranraer. The Harbour Master's building has been refurbished in the last few years. It's a Category C listed building and it's in the conservation area. So the next slide shows a little bit closer in. So you can see the context. The Harbour Master's building is the grade area to the right-hand side there. And what's proposed here is a decorative structure which would form the start and the end point of the Rins Galloway coastal path. So the next slide zooms in a little further, so you can see you've got the existing weighbridge in the centre there, that would be retained, and then just in the top left-hand corner you can see where the proposed structure would be, and then the seating area runs down below that on the left-hand side. Next slide shows the elevations. So it's basically a decorative steel archway that's being proposed, and feature seating which would be beside it. It's really just to mark as a point for the start and the end of the coastal path, as I say. So it's a destination point. And the next slide shows the decorative seating. It would have a planter between the two seating areas and an information point on it. Next slide shows some artist illustrations of what it's expected to look like. Is adding a little bit of visual interest in that area. And then the slides show, on the next photo, the context. So that's the Harbour Master's building in the centre. You can see on the right-hand side is the extension that was added as part of the refurbishment. So the structure would be going up to the left of the main building with the clock tower in that area there. So moving around the corner from there in the next slide, you can see that's the area there where the bollards would be removed along there to actually install the seating and the structure. And the last slide is looking the other direction towards the centre of Stranraer. So again, you'd have the bollards removed in the area of new works going in there. So it's only before yourselves because it is a council application, but the recommendation is to approve, subject to the condition in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, David. Any questions, Pauline?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, David, for the presentation. Can I just ask a few questions? Number one, I see the seating that's been planned is not disabled friendly, so there's not a recess for someone with a wheelchair. Was that considered, as it seems to be across Europe these days? Also, is the area accessible for wheelchair users? And will the information board, which I'm sure will be very attractive, be interchangeable should the route, walks and paths change with an active travel strategy, should that be implemented in the future? So it's just to check if the boards are easily interchangeable. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
David?
Thanks, Chair. I would assume that they are interchangeable. There's nothing in the drawings that indicate otherwise. In terms of how it was considered in terms of accessibility, I'm afraid I don't have that information. That would be the applicant section that would have considered that. We're really just assessing the planning merits of the visual impact on the conservation area and the listed buildings setting.
Thanks, David. I have Councillor Barretti. Tony?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry. On the screen, the design layout was not as clear. So one of my questions was asked by the previous councillor, but would I be right in saying that looking at the design, has it been set out on a compass setting? Is that what the design is?
David?
I understand that the coastal path has as its logo a cross, which is basically what I think they're trying to copy here. I don't know if you can go back a few slides. The one titled Archway in Hard Landscaping Area. Yes, you can see the cross when it's seen from above. And when you see it in if you scroll back, yeah, the bottom centre picture there again shows that X sign. This seems to be a feature that the coastal path is going to have as its little insignia.
Right, okay. No, thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks, members. If there are no other questions for the case officer, we're in session. Agree your recommendations. Thanks, everyone. David, don't go away. And members, if you could wait just very briefly, I've been asked a question that doesn't form part of the planning application process. So once we have the live streaming stopped, we will just have this question. So I have no further business for the committee today. Thanks very much for your attendance. I wish every one of you a very happy, peaceful and restful Christmas and New Year. Thanks, members.
Thank you. Same to you, Chair.